Time is almost up in the regular season for the NASCAR Cup Series. Just 2 races left to decide who will race for the 2024 championship. Tonight, the biggest wild card race of them all, 400 chaos-filled miles at Daytona. Welcome everyone to Countdown to Green, presented by Sonic. So much on the line here in Daytona, like the regular season championship battle between Chase Elliott and teammate Kyle Larson, and also last week's winner, Tyler Reddick, as well. There's also the fight just to see who makes the playoffs. Ross Chastain and Bubba Wallace are separated by just 1 point. For the cut line drivers, the pressure doesn't get any more intense than it does tonight, with 400 miles of side-by-side racing at over 190 miles an hour. The Peacock Pit Box located at the very end of pit road, and it has 2 Hall of Famers tonight alongside Dale Jarrett and 7-time Cup Series champion Jimmie Johnson. I'm Marty Snyder. Jimmy, hey, welcome into the team.
Thank you, buddy. It's great to be here. What an honor.
So you were in the Daytona 500 earlier this year.
Yes, sir.
Every driver in the field knows there's chaos around every corner, and it can happen at any moment here at Daytona. Is there a game plan you can make behind the wheel to avoid all that?
Not really. It is Daytona. This is the craziness that everyone talks about. We will see it tonight. There's going to be danger. There's going to be heartbreak. Somebody's going to be really excited and happy. And honestly, there's a really good chance at overtime, which will add a whole nother layer of drama.
You know, we talk about the drivers being nervous about this. It's because I'm nervous because I've never done a show with a 7-time champion. But the drivers are nervous, again, because things like we just saw there with Ryan Preece last year could happen at any point in time. But fortunately, we know these cars are really safe and the drivers can race next week.
Yeah, DJ, you look at the playoff standings, 2 races left in the regular season, and Denny Hamlin took a big hit this week after a surprising late week penalty. We'll talk about that in a moment. Jimmy, you've been in the cut line driver situation. What are the nerves like tonight?
It's not fun, but the worst part is sitting on pit road. The worst part is going through driver intros like they're doing now. The helmet goes on, you roll off pit road, you get to work, and you just manage your environment and hope for the best.
Yeah, and some are trying to deflect that bit of nervousness and what they're not thinking about the points. That will go away as you race.
Without a doubt.
But the determination to get into the playoffs, that's not going to end until the checkered flag falls here tonight.
Well, let's hear from those cut line drivers, starting with Bubba Wallace, who's with Dave Burns.
Yeah, Bubba Wallace is not unfamiliar with life on the bubble. He's 1 point behind, but I got to feel like when you come to Daytona, it's a little bit more advantage you and your abilities here, because this place has been great to you. Looking for that win today.
Yeah, let's see. Busher won the race last year here. Ross got a win at Talladega. So, no, I'm no advantage to Team 23. We just got to go out and do our job. Where I think we do a better job is just executing. And that's what we need to stick to tonight. We need to have a good game plan and just stay out of harm's way. So make all the right decisions. You don't know it's a bad decision until you're caught up in the wrong one, right? So it's really hard. Big mental game, big chess game. So just got to put your pieces in the right spot and have a little checkmate at the end and go get the dub.
We'll see how well Bubba plays the game tonight.
Well, Ross Chastain has remained seemingly calm in regards to being just 1 point to the good on the playoff grid. But with 2 races left in the regular season, when does the pressure start to creep in?
Well, it's math. So, spinning last week, it all rushed in as I came to a stop in the grass of realizing I was stuck and knowing I wasn't going to be able to get going before the field got back around. So, it's in moments like that for me. Other than that, it's business as usual and trying to execute and put our Worldwide Express Chevy where we want it to be.
Ross Chastain qualified in the 24th position.
Chris Buescher comes in this Daytona summer race 16 points above the cut line. We've got 2 races, and one of them is here, a super speedway. So how do you tackle this, a race that's so unpredictable, only being 16 points above the cut line, Chris?
Control what we can. You know what?
That easy.
Yeah, well, when we put it on paper and just spell it out, yeah, it's very simple. Just pass all the cars until there's no one in front of you, and then, stay out of the mess. But fortunately for us, our 5th Third Bank Mustang is always very fast to come down here. We've talked a lot of strategy with our RFK group, and we know what we're going to be capable of. So just play a smart race, be there at the end, and try and do whatever we can to duplicate last year. We know it worked.
Speed and strategy, Marty. It sounds like a good combination and recipe to me.
You know, DJ, I think Ross Chastain's going to stick with that "it's just math" line. He said it for like 5 straight weeks. But how do the cut line drivers manage the race tonight? Do they play conservative and patient or aggressive and race up front?
Yes, they are. Yeah, exactly. Both. These drivers are in the toughest spot. They're running 2 races literally. You know, they need stage points, so they're going to have to race hard in these first 2 stages to try to get that. But they need to be careful at the same time because they want to be around to get the finish that they can and possibly go for that win that would automatically put them in the playoffs.
Yeah, I totally agree. There are 2 races that they have to worry about. But what I took from Bubba and from Buescher is that you lay out these plans on paper and they make a lot of sense, and then it all goes out the window when you hit the track and you have to, you know, stay on your toes and adjust.
Sounds familiar to you, right? I'm sure plans have gone out the window on you guys
for
before
sure
as well. So let's bring Jeff Burton into this conversation. So Jeff, how did you like to manage races here at Daytona?
Well, I can tell you one thing. All those drivers were really calm. Jimmy Johnson talking about managing your day. That's a 7-time champion. All of those guys trying to figure out how to win their first championship. And it's hard because it's chaos out there. It's no longer about a game plan or any of that stuff because one guy makes a move and that changes your game plan. So you have to be able to respond to those things. And the key is keep in your mind what is that plan. And you and your team have to be together on that. How aggressive am I going to be to get stage points? That part of it, philosophically, you got to hold hands together and say, we're going to be aggressive. We're going to do what we got to do. We're going to get stage points no matter what. Or we're going to get them if they're there. That's 2 different outlooks. In my eyes, you got to be on full offense if you're going to have success here. Very few winners with this car have come by riding around, not making stuff happen. If you're going to win and get points, you got to be on the throttle.
Terrific explanation, Jeff. When we come back, we'll explain Denny Hamlin's engine penalty. Plus, we'll hear from Chase Elliott and Tyler Reddick as we get things started on a NASCAR Saturday night here in Daytona on NBC Sports. You're watching Countdown to Green, presented by Sonic. Countdown to Green is brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever?
Don't have no fear. It ain't welcome here. Strength at our core. So self-assured. It's in our blood. We rise above.
I'm so freaking proud of you! Woo! Oh yeah! Awesome, man! Daytona 500, baby! Checker flag at the line! Let's go! Let's go!
Nothing more coveted in NASCAR than a win at Daytona. Jimmy, you have 3 Daytona wins. You also have 2 young drivers. So what advice do you give your young drivers?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I feel like Eric Jones and John Hunter Nemechek have been giving me pointers on how to drive this car. You know, a lot has changed. This next-gen car is something I have very few reps in. It does draft differently. And I've been leaning on these guys for help.
You said something interesting earlier. You said, actually, in your 3 wins, you were trying to finish second. Help me understand that.
Yeah, it was one of those Harry Hyde moments that I had with Chad Knaus. He said, you try it your way for a while and then try it mine. And he just asked me to run second. And sure enough, as things cycled around, I was able to lead the last lap that counted.
Good stuff. Well, here's what's on the menu presented by Sonic. And a big news this week, RCR's appeal to overturn NASCAR's decision taking away Austin Dillon's playoff eligibility after his Richmond win was denied. One final appeal still to come for RCR. Speaking of penalties, Denny Hamlin and the 11 team were slammed with a big penalty on Thursday afternoon for an engine infraction from his Bristol win in March. We'll explain that in a second. The penalty certainly affects the regular season championship battle, now led by Tyler Reddick. Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson have a shot with 2 races to go. So DJ, how can Denny Hamlin get such a big fine and dock so many points for an engine he used 5 months ago?
Yeah, it doesn't seem right, does it? But so there's not enough time in this show to go through and explain everything. But here's a kind of a quick version. The engine rules that every team must adhere to are well written, but very confusing to most of us. So what happened? Denny ran the engine at Bristol, wins the race. That engine can either be torn apart after the race and NASCAR inspects that, or it can be sealed to be used later. They wanted to use the engine again. He actually ran the engine at Darlington, finished 4th. So everything is okay, except they were time for a rebuild with the engine after the Darlington race. Joe Gibbs Racing, instead of sending it to Concord to be inspected, next it was sent to TRD. That red tag that is put on a winning engine was removed, and then the engine rebuilt. That's where all the problems started, especially when it showed back up at Joe Gibbs Racing. So a lot happened there. It's unfortunate for Denny Hamlin to lose all of this, but Jimmy, that's a lot to overcome when you've battled hard to get those wins and those points.
It really is, and it has so many compounding complications, as we've spoken about. But for me, as the driver thinking about things, it's how does Denny respond? How does he respond in this moment? How does he let this affect him going forward? It is a challenge. It is an unforeseen complication, but it's up to the driver to lead the team and see what he can do on track to put himself back into contention for his first championship.
And for all practical purposes, Hamlin is now out of the battle for the regular season championship. One driver in the middle of that fight is Chase Elliott. NASCAR's most popular driver is with Dave.
Yeah, Marty, and he's in that battle at a place where he hasn't yet won in the Cup Series. How big would it be to pile on the points tonight and get your first win here in the Cup Series?
Yeah, man, it'd be a great time for it, for sure, with everything going on with the regular season. So, yeah, certainly, thinking about that and whatnot, but really would just like to have a win here. And, the best way to do that is just to try to get our old Napa Chevy to the end. This place is can be tricky to do that. Obviously going to be a lot of games played from a manufacturer standpoint, so trying to keep our eyes on Team Chevy, and a lot going on that front too. So excited for the night. This is always one of my favorite races growing up to watch. Daytona under the lights is special, so excited to be here, looking forward to the opportunity, and hope everybody at home enjoys it, and we'll see how it turns out.
A Daytona fan and a driver with a mission. Kim?
Tyler Reddick has finished 6th or better in the last 7 races, including a win last weekend at Michigan. You're also the regular season points leader. Big picture, does it feel like you and the team are putting together what could be a championship winning season?
Well, it's the regular season, right? The playoffs can be pretty unforgivable. So, consistency, I think, is something that can be key when we get to the playoffs. But we got 2 weekends before we have to really be thinking about that. So we're just going to go out there and try and get as many points we can. Our money line toward a Camry. Obviously, qualifying wasn't our friend yesterday. I was kind of hoping rain would wash it out, so we'd be on the front row. But, yeah, obviously we got a lot of ground to make up in stage 1. But after that, I think we have as good opportunity as anyone to get some points. So Speedways has been my friend this year, so we hope to be keeping that going. And I think we can get out of here above the 9 and the 5 in points. I feel good about Darlington.
Marty, this team trying to continue their streak of solid finishes.
And by the way, Kim, the boss man, Michael Jordan's in the house tonight, so a little extra pressure on him. So, DJ, how are the DraftKings odds shaping up for tonight?
Well, I think we talk about anybody can win this. I think the odds should be the same for everybody. But DraftKings has made Kyle Busch the favorite here tonight. And if that should happen, wouldn't that shake up the playoffs?
Certainly would. He is currently outside of the cut line. DraftKings Sportsbook is an authorized gaming operator of NASCAR, and this week new customers can bet $5 and pocket $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the app and use the promo code SPEED when you sign up. DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. Speaking of odds and unpredictability, how about this? 22 drivers can win here at Daytona tonight and lock themselves into the playoffs. Will there be a surprise winner? We'll talk about that next. Beautiful evening at Daytona International Speedway, which has always been known for its unpredictable outcomes. And as our Nate Ryan explains, tonight's win and potential playoff berth could be anybody's.
For NASCAR fans and drivers, life can be a beach at Daytona International Speedway. It's the track where anything can happen.
Whoa, we throws the block! Oh, bottom, come on, hurry. Here I come. I'm not done wrecking yet. Seriously?
And anyone can win. And many who need a last-ditch victory to make the 2024 playoffs already have one at Daytona. The fabled Speedway is famous for fluky outcomes and surprise triumphs.
Yes, sir. It is over. You won.
The roulette wheel of winners has landed on the biggest names in NASCAR and some unlikely unknowns. In a fierce battle for a precious few remaining playoff spots, that unpredictability will turn the World Center of Racing into the global headquarters of pressure. Who wants to ride the Daytona wave to glory?
You know, that's outstanding. Nobody can put words to pictures like Nate Ryan in my mind, Jim.
I agree. Well done, and those hits looked awful in all those crashes.
But that does
Glad I'm here.
signify, like, anybody could win tonight, DJ.
Absolutely, yeah. We keep saying it, and we're not just saying it to make you watch. If you're watching this, you know that there could be an upset winner here.
Well, one driver who knows how to win here at Daytona is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He's won the Daytona 500, but he's on the wrong side of the cut line right now. He's with Parker Kligerman.
Right, Marty. He could play upset, but I don't know if it would be an upset for you to go win here. You're a Daytona 500 champion. You've won this summer race. You're 25th in points. It'd be a game changer to win. How do you get it done?
You're there at the end. I think we got a good game plan going in with our Kroger, Intamans, Little Bites, Capri Sun, Camaro. So it looks good. And we're not starting where we want to, but we're starting in a good spot to save fuel. So, unfortunately, that's going to be how this race plays out, is a bunch of fuel saving and making sure you execute that last pit stop perfectly, especially if it's under green. So then we'll go race from there. But I feel very confident in our ability to get the job done here. We've put ourselves in position to do that multiple times here at Daytona, and we've captured it a couple times. So we look forward to doing that tonight and putting on a good show for everyone. And man, it'd be nice to end this thing in victory lane. Like you said, be a game changer for our season. We've been on a string of really good runs and good speed in our race cars. So looking forward to continuing that tonight.
Marty, he's starting 35th, but we know he's an aggressive driver who has got it done before. Could be his night.
I'm sensing a theme here, Jimmy. We've talked to 6 drivers, and every driver has said we just got to be there at the end. So survival is certainly
that's easy.
A part of the equation tonight. But how likely is it that a driver below the cut line wins the race this evening?
Well, I've got a couple things on that. First and foremost, NASCAR knew what they were doing by putting this race at this point in the season.
Yes.
So there's a lot of drama in and around that. And then I'm going to answer your question with yes. Yes, I think that someone below the cut line wins the race tonight. My reasons behind that are because we have seen it time and time again, especially at this racetrack, if it's the Daytona 500 or this, this summer race, that it happens. So I think the odds say it happens.
Yeah, and I'm going to give you 2 drivers that I think have a great chance of doing that. We just heard from one of them, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who has 2 wins here, one of them being a Daytona 500. The other is the pole sitter, Michael McDowell, who has also won the Daytona 500. These guys, you talk about winning and upsetting the playoffs, this could do it once again, but they have a great chance.
Lots of unpredictability over these 400 miles. By the way, we'll show you every green flag lap of the race tonight. You won't miss anything. Coming up, what does Denny Hamlin think of his massive penalty from NASCAR? We're about to find out. We'll hear from driver 11 next. Countdown to Green is brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. So not only are we welcoming Jimmy Johnson to the team tonight, we're also welcoming a very familiar voice to the NASCAR on NBC Sports family. Lee Diffie will have the play-by-play call for the rest of the year. Diff, great to have you on the team. Welcome in.
Hi, Marty. Good evening, fellas. And yes, it is lovely to be here with you. Steve, when we think about racing on super speedways or drafting tracks, the viewers and also the drivers, unfortunately, pretty much always expect the big one, a multi-car incident. It's almost like a necessary evil of this type of racing. However, it brings with it massive advancements in safety. Case in point, 2015 Austin Dillon.
My first race in the booth took my breath away when the car went in the catch fence. We have seen the biggest wrecks here. You notice all the drivers we talk to, they talk about what's on the line. They talk about points and wins. None of them talk about danger. They have to put this possibility in the back of their mind to go out and do what they're expected to do tonight.
And we only have to rewind the clock less than 1 week to get the most recent reminder of it, as we take you back to Michigan International Speedway and saw what happened, what transpired with Corey LaJoie.
Yeah, a quick spin on the backstretch turned into a car in flight. NASCAR doesn't like to see this. The competitors don't like to see this. A very scary moment. Not a track you expect to see cars upside down, but this wreck right here forced NASCAR into a reaction. A piece on the car will be new this week because of this violent flip in the grass. So to try to help here at Daytona, try to keep the cars on the ground, they've added another fin on the rear window on the right side. Here it is on the 7 car on pit road. This is the fin on the right side that's new. It's about 3 inches tall. It kind of matches the fin on the left side. Very simply, 15–20% improvement, hopefully keeping these cars on the racing surface.
Again, by those big and spectacular moments, NASCAR takes a lot away from it, learns from it, and then acts upon that. There's also somebody in the middle of a lot of conversation, and the topic of conversation, Jeff Burton, this week, that's Denny Hamlin.
With Denny Hamlin, we've been talking about, you know, the confidence you and your team have had, and really high, right, coming into this race. Playoffs about to start, and now you get this unexpected penalty. Does that shake your confidence at all?
No, it doesn't shake our confidence that we can win, you know, for the next 12 weeks in a row. But certainly makes our job harder, you know, going into the playoffs. And certainly as, you know, the sample size in our playoffs gets smaller and smaller, it just takes away a lot of room for error that we had built up over time.
So how do you, tonight, we've talked a lot about the playoffs, guys, trying to get in the playoffs. You're in a different situation. You're trying to get points. How do you approach tonight?
Yeah, I mean, a little freer, honestly, than what was before this, because obviously I was in a battle there for the regular season. So I think, you know, just racing freely, trying to get all the points I can, but really trying to position myself to win the race and try to get some of these points back.
All right, buddy. Have a good night.
Jeff, I find it interesting that Denny Hamlin says he's racing a little bit freer, so we'll see how the rest of the regular season goes for them. We always talk about the uncertainty at Daytona, Jimmy, but there is no question that Denny Hamlin is always in the mix for super speedway wins.
He is.
How are drivers able to repeat their success at this type of track?
Well, every track, every kind of size of track has its own style, and restrictor plate racing is no different. And not only does that apply to the driver, but also to the crew chief or strategist that's involved. And this environment has changed quite a bit since I was full-time racing. We're now saving fuel at Daytona, in Talladega, in Atlanta, which is totally bonkers and something that I never participated in.
Yeah.
So it's really a style and a feel and kind of a skill set that comes with it.
Yeah, and I'm going to give you 3 drivers that seem to always be in the picture. When they're taking that photo coming to the checkered flag, there seems to be Brad Keselowski, Denny Hamlin, and Ryan Blaney that always show up in that. So watch for these drivers to be a part of the mix tonight.
When we come back, time for tonight's pre-race ceremonies as we get closer to the green flag at Daytona for the NASCAR Cup Series. 2 races left in the regular season. Daytona International Speedway fans from all 50 states and 56 countries are here for what promises to be a wild race. Jimmy, we've seen desperation go over the line in the Cup Series lately, but can desperation actually help you tonight?
Desperation, aggression, you know, there's kind of a
little mix.
There's a gray area there, but yes, absolutely. How many times have we seen coming to the checkered flag at a plate race, something wild that happens down the backstretch, and you end up in victory lane? So yes, it can turn into aggression and be beneficial.
Look, we talked about this nervous energy that everybody has. It's Daytona, it's huge. You're trying to make the playoffs. That's going to go away when you crank up and get going. The desperation side of it is not going away until this thing's over.
Is there any more nervous moment than right now, Jimmy?
This is the worst. And until that engine fires up and you roll down pit road, this is the highest anxiety that you have as a driver.
Oh, I can't imagine what the playoff drivers are thinking, and what's such an unpredictable race with so much on the line this evening. Not only the regular season championship, but who makes the playoffs. Time for tonight's pre-race ceremonies from the World Center of Racing.
Please rise as you are able, remove your hats, and veterans render a hand salute as the Daytona High School Junior ROTC Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to offer tonight's invocation, please welcome Advent Health Chaplain Mac Vendome.
Dear God, as we are gathered here this evening to celebrate these gentlemen, shake and bake like Ricky Bobby, help us to remember we also have a race that we must run. Help us to also shake and bake. Stress, some days depressed. Help us to remember we are blessed, we must shake and bake. Heartache, heartbreak, you have used it all for our breakthrough. Help us to shake and bake. And on the days where it's hard to get up out of bed, help us to remember those famous and faithful words. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing for your glory, by your grace. In Jesus' name I pray, and all of God's children said, amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome worship leader from Hope City Church in Mount Dora, Sarah Homan.
Oh, sing, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Green flag for the Cup Series is just around the corner. We'll get the engines fired here in Daytona next on NBC Sports. Closing in on the command to fire the engines here in Daytona. Before we do that, let's check in with Dave Burns.
Marty, let's talk about another couple of drivers to keep an eye on here, including Kyle Busch. A couple of things on the line here tonight. A playoff berth with 2 races remaining. He cannot point his way into the playoffs in 2024. Also a 19-year winning streak. At least 1 win in the last 19 years for Kyle. He starts 11th. Crew Chief Randall Burnett tells me that this is the best combination of RCR and Kyle Busch. These tracks and this driver. Kim?
Well, Dave, Ty Gibbs is running a paint scheme promoting the new movie Reagan, where Dennis Quaid plays Ronald Reagan. Now, Quaid made a visit to the Joe Gibbs Racing Shop a couple of weeks ago. He took a tour of the campus and went to pit crew practice. The team told me they tried to get him to pit the car, and he said, nope, not at 70 years old. So he drove the car for pit stop practice instead. Tomorrow, Ty will attend the Nashville premiere of the movie. And remember, the real Ronald Reagan was in attendance for the 1984 July race at Daytona, where Richard Petty won his 200th and final NASCAR Cup Series race. Parker, 40 years later, this team is hoping to put Reagan in victory lane again.
Right, Kim, and for the William Byron, the 24 team, he comes in here as the reigning Daytona 500 champion. I spoke to his crew chief, Rudy Fugel. I said, what's the feeling, what's the emotion of coming back here after accomplishing that? He said, when I got on the plane and thought about going back to Daytona as Daytona 500 champions, I almost had a sense of ease. I felt like, you know what, this might be a fun way to go race at Daytona. And they have a lot at stake here as they try to get higher up in the points as we rumble into the playoffs to go and after that championship for the 24 team. But Rudy Fugel told me this could be one of the more fun nights they've ever had at Daytona, Marty.
So, Jimmy, you're an owner and a driver, so here's a test your morals question.
Okay.
If you're Denny Hamlin tonight, do you push the car that you own with Bubba Wallace or your teammate, Ty Gibbs, to the win? Because both of them need a win to make sure they're in the playoffs.
What a predicament that Denny would find himself in that situation. But, man, I think I would prefer making MJ happy over Coach in that situation.
Especially since MJ's in the house, right?
Yes, he is here and live in person, so I think I'd make MJ happy if I'm him.
So, DJ, the opportunities for Austin Dillon are tonight here in Daytona, next Sunday in Darlington. But honestly, to the point was Dave was making a moment ago, does RCR and Austin Dillon view tonight as their shot to make the playoffs?
This is their chance. He's won here before. He knows exactly how to position himself late in these races.
And as DJ mentioned a moment ago, his teammate Kyle Busch, according to DraftKings, is the favorite this evening. 1 of 2 shots left to lock up a spot in the playoffs. Let's get the engines fired here in Daytona.
Daytona! This is a moment you have been waiting for. Please welcome the Petty family, Richard, Kyle, Richie, Timmy, and Mark.
Gentlemen, start your engines!
I am standing down at turn 4 here at Daytona International Speedway, and we know this racetrack is known for its pack style racing, but what you might not know is what those drivers are thinking about while they're in that pack. Every one of them, every single lap is thinking about that move they're gonna make out of this corner to get them towards the start-finish line. They're plotting, testing, scheming, trying to figure out the best move possible to put themselves in position to go after a win at the World Center Racing and to rush from here to that start-finish line. We'll see who does it best when we get going after the break.
Never let them see you sweat, buckle down, hustle hard, say my name with respect, never settle for a check, if it mean losing rep, just to make it in the game, that'll never let you stretch, yeah, if I don't make it then it's on me, legend in my own right, I'm by our own rights, blood, sweat, and tears, the trinity of them long nights, if you a legend, time to rise up, it's time to rise up.
Daytona Beach in the summertime is a great place to relax, but not if you're a NASCAR Cup Series driver tonight. There is no room to rest as the playoffs are looming, and there's an opportunity to get one of the biggest wins of your career at the birthplace of this sport. NBC Sports welcomes you to the NASCAR Cup Series from Daytona, and it's the Coke Zero Sugar 400. And it's a lovely night too, weather-wise. As the cars start to roll off pit road, let's check out tonight's starting grid, brought to you by Coke Zero Sugar. And what a special accomplishment last night here at the World Center of Racing for Front Row Motorsports in that team's history. It's the first time they've ever had a front row sweep. Continue to look at the grid. You'll see your favorite drivers as we get closer to a start. We kick things off with Dave Burns. Dave-O?
So Lee, on the lower right of that first page, you see Chase Elliott. And when your last name is Elliott, there are high expectations. Chase has met just about all of them. Remember the championship back in 2020? You bet. Here at Daytona, he won in 2016 in the Xfinity Series, but he doesn't have that cup win here at the World Center of Racing. Dad Bill, he's got 2 500s, and he's won this race twice. So Chase looking to win that race and up his chances to be the regular season champion after next weekend's race. Kim?
Well, Ryan Blaney starts in the 14th position and has the best average of all drivers on drafting tracks in the next-gen car, including 4 wins. So what's the goal for the defending champ here tonight? Crew Chief Jonathan Hassler told me they're trying something a little different this weekend than their other drafting races in an effort to learn and be better for Talladega in the playoffs, Parker.
Well, Kim, for Martin Truex Jr., who starts back in 17th, he has never won at a super speedway. Now in his final full-time season in the NASCAR Cup Series, I asked his team, what is it going to take? You've been so close before. They said, we've actually been working with him to make him more aggressive in the blocks that he's throwing to control the front of the field. They even added a rear view camera a couple months ago that he's using at a super speedway now to try and adjust to those huge blocks that get you and keep you up front, Marty.
Parker, over the last few years, the super speedway races have been much kinder to Alex Bowman. I asked him this afternoon, what's been the difference? He said, honestly, it's not being more aggressive. It's knowing when to be aggressive and when not to be aggressive. I've done a much better job of that, and we've avoided all the chaos. Can he avoid it tonight? That's the big question. Bowman is already in the playoffs, Diff, with a big win in Chicago. He'd love to add Daytona to that list tonight.
Yeah, he'd love to go one better than what he did in the Daytona 500 earlier this year in February, wouldn't he, Marty? Hi, folks. Lee Diffie along with Jeff Burton and Steve Letarte ready to go for this Coke Zero 400, and it's going to be a fun night. Jeff, when we think about super speedways, you always think about the speed. We're going to see 190 miles an hour here tonight. We think about the danger with 40 cars on track. As a driver, is that at the forefront of your mind, or you just got to switch that off and go into race mode, driver mode?
Well, first of all, you wake up this morning, you're excited. Excited, number one, because you can win at this racetrack, but you are also nervous because of these types of events. when you race here, you know you can be minding your own business, doing everything right, and things like this happen. Look at Ryan Preece flip through the infield. And if you race here long enough, you're going to be in these types of wrecks. It's just a great chance it's going to happen. The only way to win this race is to be aggressive. The only way to get stage points is to be aggressive. Of course, this is the result if you're too aggressive.
And the weight of those moments are on the shoulders of the crew chiefs. You want to prepare a car safe for your driver, but don't let the speed, the danger, and these spectacular accidents fool you. To be successful at Daytona, it's also about execution from on top of the pit box, on pit road, fuel mileage, pit strategy. Winning here is so special because of the history, but also, Lee, because what it takes a total team effort.
All right, sitting on the pit box is Jimmy Johnson, the 7-time Cup Series champion. Jimmy, want to go inside your mind and inside a driver's mind. What is the mindset going into a race like this?
Yeah, Diff, for me, I've rolled off pit lane. The fear is behind me. All those crashes that we saw, we all know that it can happen. You think about that before you get in the car. You fire the car up, you roll off pit lane, and you're focused on the opportunity at hand. Somebody's going to leave here with a trophy tonight. Somebody's going to get stage points. And most importantly, somebody can lock themselves in. So as a driver, you're thinking about the opportunity. You're thinking about what you want to execute and get done tonight.
Kyle Busch, can tonight be that night where he gets himself locked into the playoffs? Just 2 to go.
Yeah, the storylines are very long in this race of who could win and what it would do, and you're going to mention the playoffs, but I'm going to mention the third stat down, 19 straight seasons with a win, Diff. I think that's more important for Kyle Busch than even making the playoffs. To be able to win 20 years in a row, he already holds the record. And it's been, what, 16 years since he's won at this racetrack. To do it back at the World Center of Racing would be just an unbelievable feat. And not to mention he's driving for RCR, who would love to get out of the news and a little bit of that shadow with Austin Dillon and get that second car win this year.
Steve mentioned playoffs, so let's get you up to speed and remind you of who is where. The drivers in yellow are locked in courtesy of their either one win or multiple wins. And then you look to the drivers around that red cut line and in white, and who is safer than others. And of course, we're going to be talking a lot about Ross Chastain and Bubba Wallace, one above, one below the line. This is a pressure cooker situation that will unfold here at the World Center of Racing on a spectacular night in Florida. It was a really special time for Front Row Motorsports yesterday during qualifying, with Michael McDowell and Todd Gilliland putting it on the front row. As I mentioned earlier, a sweep for Front Row Motorsports for the very first time. Let's go inside the 34, have a listen to some recent radio.
Really proud of everybody. A big accomplishment to get 4 poles here. Both cars on the front row. Everybody should be really proud. That was yesterday. Today's today. Let's make it happen. We know only one thing that matters today. Let's do it.
I spoke to Michael McDowell briefly last night via text, and he said, today's not want to win, I have to win.
And you heard it. That's their intention right here. They know they have to win if they want to make the playoffs. This guy can do it, and this team can do it.
Leading the field at the moment is the Toyota Camry XSE. It's the official pace car for tonight's race. And a celebrity passenger in there, Paige Spiranak, the golfing and modeling influencer, is enjoying her time here at Daytona International Speedway. All right, so we are almost set to go. This season has been eventful. This season's been highly entertaining. Of late, there's been a little bit of controversy. So what does this Coke Zero Sugar 400 have in store for us tonight? For Front Row Motorsports, it's already a special occasion, but they've got bigger things on their minds. For the drivers who are winless this season, it's all here, and they know what a lottery drafting tracks and super speedways can be. There is so much on the line here. It's time to bring the action at Daytona International Speedway. Under the lights, there is no better place to shine. Whose night will it be over the next 160 laps? Let's go here in Daytona. Best ever start at this track for the guy third down on the low line, Josh Berry, as Michael McDowell will lead this field into one. all the pre-race nerves can go. Now the drivers are dialed in and focused, and they can get to work at hand.
And now the cars are reaching top speed. Takes nearly a lap to get all the way to max speed. You see very organized 2 by 2. Everyone kind of playing nicely on newer tires. It wouldn't shock me if the bottom of the racetrack, near that yellow line, is the preferred lane.
And we saw an Xfinity race last night, a wreck early on. I think these guys are paying attention to that. They're going to push and shove a little bit, Diff, but they're going to try to be smart about it. But this is a short stage. You're going to have to go. You're going to have to make some moves early.
It is short, only 35 laps, well within the capabilities of the fuel load, so no pit stops required. It's go for broke. Gamble as much as you want.
Austin Dillon trying to lead this third lane. He jumped up there, a lot of cars behind him. Interesting to see if that can work.
And if you're thinking at home, wouldn't it be a remarkable performance for Austin Dillon to grab a win here where he has won before and put all the controversy of Richmond behind you? Not alone. It's been a popular topic of conversation here in Florida this week. Look at Logano pushing McDowell on that low line.
I think some line management going on by these teammates on the front row, Steve. Trying to stay side by side, kind of bottling up the whole field, but now Logano gave a big push to McDowell, got him out in front.
Problem is, if they play too much defense, that only aids that third lane led by Austin Dillon, that black and teal car. Not anymore. I believe that's the 6 of Brad Keselowski, now the 9 of Chase Elliott, everybody to the top. Ooh, Chase with the move back to the middle. Nice move by the 9 car.
Yeah, that was funny. Everybody wanted to be the first car on the top lane.
It's right aboard the Brez Tree Chevrolet for Austin Dillon.
I can't imagine that view for 2.5 hours.
The awesome roar of 40 NASCAR Cup Series cars here at the World Center of Racing. That bright green and white car on the outside, Todd Gilliland, the 3rd generation racer. Awesome front row performance, running at the front of the pack with his teammate and trying to stay there door to door with Michael McDowell.
Blaney's still leading that outside line. It's made a little bit of ground, Steve. Just a little bit. Now he's on the outside of the 9 car. Remember, Chase Elliott slid in front of him, so now he's alongside Chase. So just a little bit every lap.
Yeah, and this is the concern of Daytona, right? Why does strategy and all that stuff matter? Because where are you going to go? Look at that, 200-mile-an-hour rush hour traffic, every lane full of cars.
Look at that high line. Austin Cindric in the bright yellow number 2, Brad Keselowski tucked in behind him, and then Austin Dillon. Daniel Suarez in the all-red Coca-Cola car, and that outside lane's got some momentum. Look at Keselowski pushing Cindric.
Fords near the front of this pack. Only the 24 of William Byron, the lone Chevrolet, trying to get in the mix.
There's some separation here. McDowell has moved off that low line and opened it up for Joey Logano. Now moves back. Gilliland slots up, and here comes that high line again. Cindric being pushed continually by Keselowski and Dillon.
Keselowski is the most aggressive pusher in the Cup Series. He does not mind getting your rear bumper and shoving you all the way down the straightaway.
Logano knew he had to come low. Josh Berry in the 4. And then here comes William Byron and Kyle Larson in the 5. Larson yet to notch up a top 5 here. And he said, you know what? I think it's soon. I think it's close. I'm getting better and better at these tracks. Berry on the inside of Logano. It's 3 wide with McDowell on the high line.
Logano's experience showed he wanted to go to the bottom, just didn't have the confidence because he wasn't clear. Being stuck in the middle was not optimal, but it was his only option.
35 laps in this opening stage. As we check in with Jimmy Johnson, what do you see that you like so far?
I love seeing that third line come together. And one thing that the third line will try to look for is when the other teams in the other two lanes are saving fuel, they'll get word, and the guys will jump up in third lane, be able to run 100% throttle and work their way to the front. I thought that might have been taking place to start. Now it looks like they're just racing, and the third lane is pushing harder than anyone else.
I think that's great analysis about the third lane pushing. You talked about Brad and how aggressive he is. He's now in the middle. But you can kind of get a telltale from those flaps on the hood. When they get very, very close, they'll start to flap a little bit because the air pressure changed. Joey Logano, that second car in the middle, that bright yellow 22, his are the easiest to see. When he gets to the back bumper of the 6, you're going to see right here, right there, right side keeps flapping open. Now the left side flaps open.
You can also see how much the car moves around that's being pushed. You have to do it correctly. You know, every race here, we see a guy trying to push someone, they do it incorrectly, and it causes a wreck.
Marty, what you got on the 22?
Well, Dip, to Jimmy's point a moment ago, I've heard a couple of spotters say it's nice to see the third lane working. They really could not get that going in the Daytona 500 in February. For Joey Logano, Jeff, he made a very interesting point to me. The stage here in stage 1 is a little bit shorter. He feels like he can race hard in this stage, but in stage 2 and 3, he'll have to play strategy a little bit. He told me the information he gains now may be the most important all night long. Why is that the case, Jeff?
Yeah, I think that goes for the driver as well as the teams. How much fuel is this car burning? Who can I push? Because not every car is good at being pushed. Some cars don't drive well when they're being pushed. And some cars, when you're trying to push someone, your car doesn't drive well. So you've got to be able to be aggressive, stay in the throttle. Learning what changes you can make during this break is really important.
Josh Berry on that low line in the 4 and Brad Keselowski on the higher line at the front of this pack in the opening 10 laps of the Coke Zero Sugar 400. Josh Berry from Hendersonville, Tennessee, is at the front of the pack, but momentarily, as here comes the Daytona 500 winner, William Byron on the inside.
Those are Hendrick teammates, William Byron, followed by Kyle Larson. You had already mentioned no top fives for Larson at this racetrack in 20 starts, Div. I can't believe that's the only blemish on that man's racing record. That shot just shows you just how the lanes get blurred on that backstretch. So much movement left to right.
A quick reminder that DraftKings Sportsbook is an authorized gaming operator of NASCAR, and this week new customers can bet $5 and pocket $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the app, use the promo code SPEED when you sign up. DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. Stevie, with those numbers, who do you like the look of?
Well, remember, even if you miss the start of the race, live bet, you can bet live during the event, and those are the numbers, and right there, I think it's disrespect to Denny Hamlin, Blaney, Elliott. I know they don't have the track position right now, but at 12-1, you can't bet against that. That's a Ford, a Chevy, and a Toyota that I think will look good late in the race.
How about that number 8 on the low line there at plus 700? That might be some good money.
I don't know. I like the 22. Joey Logano, big push right there. Took the lead. McDowell gave him a shot. Used that to get by Josh Berry. You can see how wild it is back here. This is early in the race. But track position matters. And if you can get it now, you may have it the rest of the night. That's why it's been so aggressive.
Do you want me to make you feel better about those DraftKings numbers? Logano has led in the last 12 races here.
He's my guy. Interesting right here. Look at the little lines, the line starting on the top. Let's see what Joey Logano does if he just drags everybody to the top of the racetrack. Nope, he goes to the middle. Look at the run Josh Berry in that 4 car on the bottom gets. Now he can slide up. Let's see if he decides to do it. He does not. He's thinking that the 24 car, William Byron, can come give him a push. Blaney, he wants to be the guy behind Josh Berry.
Well, you see that bright yellow number 2 sitting 4th back here on the high side. Let's find out more about Austin Cindric, his Parker.
Right, Lee, and he's sort of been married to that top lane and sort of led it at times here. And I talked to Austin before this race about what it takes to be able to push and get pushed. He said, you got to make a choice between drivability and being able to take those pushes. We've worked really hard in this 2 car in terms of making a car that I can drive and make big moves, but also accept big pushes and give them. We've seen that early on as he went straight to the front, but now being married to the top, David, looks like he might be falling back a little bit.
4th in line on the top, now 2nd in line on the top, the orange and blue car of Brad Keselowski. I asked his crew chief, Matt McCall, about that reputation of being one of the better pushers in the pack. He said, I don't know where he got that, but I do think that he knows what he wants out of his race car. So when he pushes another car, that's what Brad wants in return. These drivers know that, and they know that's a good way to get to the front.
Well, he certainly pushed that number 17 on his inside. His teammate in the 5th, 3rd Ford from RFK Racing, Chris Buescher, won this race a year ago and would dearly love to defend that victory.
Yeah, that was a great report from Parker Kligerman about setups on the race cars as the 3-wide battle for the lead continues. You can set your car up so that it does accept pushes, so it's not as unstable when somebody gets to the back of your car. But when you do that, Steve, you make sacrifices in speed. The car does not go as fast by itself, but you do that because you know you're going to get pushed all night. You know that's what it's going to take to run the front. And some teams will make that consideration.
And when I'm watching out of Joey Logano, it is really hard to keep the lead. That was some aggressive blocking last time down the backstretch, and they still ended 3 wide on the front stretch. And we'll take the look again. What does Logano do? He's going to have a little energy on the upper lane. He's going to take this push from his teammate, Ryan Blaney. This time down the backstretch, very conservative, straight, right on the bottom of the racetrack.
Look at Josh Berry in that blue number 4.
I think speedway racing is even more difficult when the runs happen like this. They don't take a lap to generate. I mean, you can go from backing up to going forward in just a few hundred yards.
Berry sits 2nd in the Rookie of the Year standings, by the way. and he led his first laps in his first Daytona 500 earlier this year, and he's just got the big picture view in mind of every time in my car on a track like this is a learning experience. And no better learning, Jeff, than being at the front of this pack.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity to understand if you get in this situation at the end of this race, what do you need to do? Who can you push? Who do you like being pushed by?
Let's take a quick look at which drivers are on the move, brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Have a look at Eric Jones, who had a hiccup yesterday in qualifying and has made up 22 positions.
Yeah, basically had a sensor. Just like your car at home, these NASCAR vehicles have sensors in different situations. The car at wide open throttle, the sensor said he was also pushing the brake. That's like a safety thing. Thinking like a hung throttle, the car shut off in qualifying. I talked to crew chief Dave Ellens. He thought that they had it cured, but it's going to be a good feeling to see it run a solid 21 laps. Eric was Jimmy, the owner on the pit box, has to be feeling good that the car has moved up that many spots.
Eric won here 6 years ago when he was with JGR. He'd love to repeat that. How about these front row Fords, Jeff, up on the high line? They sit 20th and 21st in the playoff standings. This could be a night that changes either Todd Gilliland or Michael McDowell's year.
Yeah, Todd Gilliland, we are seeing him toward the front of the pack very often, not just on these types of racetracks. But this is the best opportunity, right? They run well, but they don't have quite the speed to win races at a Charlotte or a Darlington next week. But here, with the speed they have in qualifying, Jimmy, there is no question they have it tonight.
Yeah, they really do. Those guys have shown great speed, and I would say that the Fords in general have really shown their strength on plate tracks. But I appreciate the shout out on the 43. Certainly a stressful night for us trying to figure out what was going on with that electrical gremlin. As you mentioned, Steve, the sensor went wrong, and it claimed that Eric had 2,200 pounds of brake pressure with the wide open throttle. So we got it sorted out. And
Tell you that if he had 22 pounds of brake pressure, then whatever the Legacy Motor Club gym program is working, that's a lot of leg strength.
That was a fun conversation. I promise I wasn't on the brake. I promise.
Joey Logano has led 7 laps, the most of any of the drivers. We're into the second half of stage 1. 9 laps left in this opening stage of the Coke Zero Sugar 400, and it's 3 across the back stretch. Josh Berry down on that low line, Brad Keselowski, Austin Cindric. It's a very Ford-heavy top 10 with just a few Chevys thrown in there. Lead Toyota is Bubba Wallace back in 12th position.
Cindric just took the lead, and when he did, the whole track was wide open. He could have gone all the way to the bottom. A little bit of contact in the wall with Cindric off of 4. And Gilliland was pushing him really hard.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of scrape back there by that right rear tire. Everything looks okay. We had a couple flat tires last night in the Xfinity Series in the middle of the packs. They all kind of got away with it.
Take a look at this.
Oh, you saw the fire out the pipes too, so that backfire's clear indication that he's out of the throttle.
Teammates are working nicely on the low line here. Ryan Blaney, the reigning series champion, pushing Joey Logano in the 22 with Josh Berry out in front. But let's go back to Blaney, talk more about that. Here's Kim.
Yeah, and Lee, the last 2 months, they've really flexed their muscle on the 12 team and showed that they could go back-to-back for championships. But right now, Ryan frustrated with the car he has under him. Take a listen to what he told his team.
My car is still slow. I can't get to it. Tight, slow, nuts.
So again, Ryan Blaney very frustrated. Parker with the car cannot do what he wants to in the draft.
Well, that's not the case for Josh Berry as he leads here at the front of his field, and he only has a handful of Super Speedway starts in the Cup Series. So I asked him, how have you adjusted to racing the Cup Series? Who have you talked to for advice? He said, well, of course, I've talked to Dale Jr. Obviously drove for him in the Xfinity Series. He said, but one big problem talking to Dale, he makes it sound so easy. There's nothing easy about Super Speedway racing in the Cup Series. The field is so deep. Every move has to be perfect. He's done a great set of moves here in this first stage. And Jeff, I wonder when you were learning Super Speedway racing, sometimes you get great advice, but it's hard to execute without just getting out there and learning.
Well, it really is, and everybody's cars are different as well. You know, if your car isn't real fast and you try to do with that car what guys can do with their fast car, you end up in the back because you make moves that don't work. And then when you do have that fast car, that's when you have to take every run. That's when you have to be super aggressive with it.
And you know, Lee, I was fortunate enough to crew chief as we see a big block by the 4. I thought he was going all the way to the top for both Jeff Gordon and Dale Jr. And I learned that this was really an art form because their styles were very different. Their success rates very similar, yet they did it different ways.
How long does it take to get that comfort? Or do you ever get that comfort, Jeff?
Well, I think you gain confidence in your abilities, what you're good at, and you understand what you're not good at. What you never gain comfort in is that you're not going to be in a wreck. I mean, it is a good opportunity. Every time you come here, you're going to be in a wreck, and they all know that. That's all on their minds right now.
This is the Coke Zero Sugar 400. Crisp, refreshing, and irresistibly tasty. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? So, Logano, Blaney, a frustrated Blaney, as Kim mentioned, and we heard him on the radio express that pretty clearly. Then the 5 of Kyle Larson, the 8 of Kyle Busch. Keselowski leads that middle row. Berry looking to go around him and go to that high side. And Chris Buescher and William Byron just watching what's happening.
And as you see on the top left, 4 to go in this stage. Not only is there a reward with points, but this is a dress rehearsal. This is what you're going to see at the end of this race. This is great work for the drivers and the spotters to kind of learn exactly where they think they need their car in the closing laps.
Look at Buescher in the middle of this racetrack. He's one of those guys trying to race himself into the playoffs. He needs these stage points. Right behind him is Bubba Wallace. He also needs stage points.
Still the lead Toyota, and he's got himself inside the top 10, trying to push William Byron now. As Busch has gone to that high line behind Berry and Keselowski. 3 to go from here in stage 1.
Berry pulled up in front of Buescher in that outside line. That happened. The 23 of Bubba Wallace got back in front of Buescher.
Let's take a ride with thanks to Cheddar's with Kyle Busch. Have a look, have a listen. This has been a fascinating opening stage of the Coke Zero Sugar 400. And we've got 1.5 laps to go before stage points are awarded. Everybody has a better feel of their car now in these conditions on a warm night here in Daytona. After tonight, when the checkered flag falls, one race left. Darlington next week before we go into the playoffs.
How aggressive are the pushers going to get now that we're coming to 1 to go? See Buescher in that 17 car right behind Berry in that 4. Here comes the push down the front straightaway. Let's go of him into the corner so he doesn't spin him out.
This has been a really clever and sophisticated opening stage from Wallace and Buescher as they've just very carefully worked their way forward. And now look at Buescher pushing Berry in the 4. Final lap of stage 1.
Pushes him out and jumps to the high side, but no help for the 17. The 4 likes this, but he doesn't want to get too far out. There'll be one more run coming off the nose of this too. A big push coming to the 17.
Buescher had to put a big block.
Josh Berry wins stage 1, and he has been at the front ever since the start. And how cool is that? His first ever stage win, and he does it at the World Center of Racing. Had his first Daytona 500 earlier this year, led his first laps, and now he's won his first stage in the Coke Zero Sugar 400 here at Daytona.
Back at Daytona, pit stop's about to happen after the end of stage one. If Joey Logano wanted to learn in stage one, he learned he has one of the best cars in the field. A little bit too tight on entry, Parker. He said that hurts him when he wants to push others.
Similar story for his teammate there at the top right of your screen, Austin Cindric. He was happy with that race car finishing fourth in the stage. He was told to go on the jacks. They will not wait on fuel. Bottom left of your screen, Josh Berry, stage winner, first stage win of the year. Just getting a little loose. They'll make an air pressure adjustment for that, Kim.
Bottom right, Chris Buescher, he said he doesn't quite have what he needs off the right rear, but no major issues. He said, let's leave it, so no adjustments, just 4 fresh Goodyear tires, no-go fuel for Chris Buescher.
Opening round of stops done. Josh Berry with the maximum stage points over Joey Logano and Chris Buescher. What a start. That's Trackhouse's Daniel Suarez standing on the wrong side of the pit wall because there was a pretty scary moment in his Coca-Cola Zero Chevrolet. Take a look at this.
This is the 99 returning to pit road after his original pit stop. And the car erupts into flames. On his pit stop, there was some fire during the pit stop, but we have seen that before where a spark will catch a little bit of excess fuel on fire, but this is much more severe than that. I don't know if fuel got spilled into the trunk area and it caught on fire, but as he got closer and closer to pit road, you see just how severe the fire gets. Daniel waited to be told to get out. Jeff, I would be instantly out of the car. Marty.
Yeah, Steve, I think right now there's more questions than answers. A lot of people are saying, what exactly happened? I had asked Matt Swiderski, the crew chief, do you know what happened? And he just kind of threw up his hands as if he did not know what happened. Daniel did get out of the car. You saw that a moment ago. He came behind the pit box, sat down for a few moments, and now he is up there talking to the team. I think everybody's just trying to figure out exactly how that happened. But I've never, Steve, seen a car this disintegrated here on pit road. I mean, completely burned up on the back end of this Coca-Cola machine.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions from the team. I guarantee there's going to be a lot of questions from NASCAR. You see the melted parts and pieces of the car. The entire tail panel completely melted off. The official looking in the trunk now, probably confirming everything is connected appropriately.
Daniel was circulating and it was somewhat controlled, and then all of a sudden it just exploded. Thankfully, he was able to get out of the car to safety. NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Credit One Bank, NASCAR American Express card. Toyota, let's go places. And by Pods. Save up to 25% now at pods.com. Welcome back to Daytona. Lee Diffie, Steve Letarte, Jeff Burton with you. Jeff, let's have a look at what went down in the 99 pit.
Yeah, Daniel Suarez, he is watching a replay from their pit cam. There's a cam that hangs over top of their pit. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, it looks like everything's clean so far on the stop, and then the 99's waiting on gas. The 11 goes to leave. A little bit of fuel on the ground right here, and then it looks to be right there. A backfire out the pipes of the 11 ignites the fuel on the ground. It chases forward and into the trunk of the 99. Crazy situation as we start to see the start to stage 2. Looks very odd. All those single file cars at the back of the field are under penalty because they topped off. An extra trip down pit road means they have to start at the back. 15 cars, Diff. 15 cars decided to come down and get a little extra fuel.
What an opening stage that was. The most lead changes in the first 35 laps here at Daytona in 13 years. It was cool. And the defending race winner, Chris Buescher, is on that low line in the 5th, 3rd Ford for RFK. And he wants to confirm his spot in the playoffs. He wants to go to Darlington with more peace of mind. But look at the Penske teammates pushing each other. Austin Cindric helping Joey Logano, and Josh Berry, the winner of stage 1, slots in behind them.
Austin Cindric is a very good super speedway racer. Won the Daytona 500 a few years ago. Pushing teammate Joey Logano.
As they build the speed, let's go back to the pits. Marty's with Daniel Suarez.
Yeah, let's grab him, and thankfully he's okay. So, Daniel, what were you feeling inside the car? I've never seen anything like that.
It's the first time as well for me, man. It was a very weird feeling because I don't run a rearview mirror anymore. I only run my rearview camera, and the camera is mounted in the rear bumper. I can feel the heat in my back, but I cannot see it. So I was trying to go fast to turn it up, to try to calm down the fire. But by the time I got here, I can feel a lot of heat, and when I stop, I can feel a lot of. I can see the fire here. So very unfortunate. Honestly, after seeing the replay, I don't know what we could have done better. I mean, every single time that we pit, we drop a little bit of fuel. It was just a bad situation there between the 11 and the 21 that I couldn't move, and the fire just caught in the fuel, and I was right there, and it caught in the back of my car where the fuel cell is, and it was just a bad deal.
Yeah, just glad to see that Daniel is okay. They are indeed done for the evening, Diff.
And just to reiterate something that Suarez told Marty was that I don't run the rear view mirror anymore. I just have the rear-facing camera, so I couldn't actually see what was going on. Some have both, some just have one. And NASCAR has informed us, Jeff, that Suarez and the 99 team can rejoin the race if they choose to.
Yeah, so basically the DVP, damaged vehicle policy, if you're in an accident, you can't go to the garage and make repairs. This very unique circumstances, there was no damage, there was no accident, so it's really a mechanical, if you can believe it. But according to Marty, they're done for the day. I would believe with that much fire, maybe the damage is just too much yeah. to safely return the car. You know, with the win on the season as a crew chief, Lee, it's not about points for me. I want to keep my drivers safe. I would know. We've talked about how crazy these races can be.
Well, this race continues to be crazy. You can see the battle 3 wide. Bottom lane, Buescher leading it. Bubba Wallace trying to push him. Chastain trying to make that middle work in that one car, that blue one car. Bubba Wallace, an aggressive move to the middle to try to lead that line.
And for the longest time in stage one, Bubba Wallace in that 2311 Toyota was outside the top 10. He very carefully and methodically worked his way forward towards the end of stage one to get some better position, put himself in a good spot, and then now look at him go here at the front of this field.
And if what these drivers have been asked to do for the first 35 laps wasn't crazy enough, now in this stage, the strategy is to save as much fuel as possible. So on the green flag pit stop, you're there the least. You don't want to be in your pit box any longer than you need to. So we're going to see this great racing continue, but now the drivers are trying to manage throttles, manage speed, manage fuel, all while trying to keep track position.
I can do one. I can save fuel. I can't save fuel and go fast. That's an art to being able to do that. Position your car, use that draft to your advantage. That way you don't have to be in the throttle quite as much.
And this is the beautiful blend that we've got at the front, and it's going to go on seemingly all race long with those who are and those who aren't already locked in. As Wallace goes to that low line to protect a little bit just in front of Chris Buescher, then comes back. Buescher's got comfort in the thought and support of his teammate Brett Keselowski right behind, and the Penske teammates are working together still on that high line.
Hey, Stevie, riddle me this. You're talking fuel strategy. You're up there, you're up front, you're saving fuel. How far back can you be and have it play out on the pit stop?
You know, Jimmy, that's a great question. This is a new phenomenon. I've studied all the races, and it looks to me that the sweet spot is like 10th to 16th. If you can be somewhere just outside the top 10, you can stay close enough to the leaders that the 0.6 of a second, 0.8 of a second you gain on pit road results in track position. If you get behind 16th or 18th, even though you've saved a tremendous amount of fuel, you can't shorten the pit stop enough. So, unfortunately, though, Diff, that's where 16th is. It's about row 5 in the middle. So, you know, great for fuel savings, not so good for a safe ride.
Pretty good run from Daniel Hemrick as well. He's up 21 positions. He's the second car on that low line, that multicolored 31. This is a really promising run.
Look at the shove by Joey Logano. When you talk about not handling well, this is the moment. It's like turbo. The 23 is going into turn 3 now, 5-6 miles an hour faster than he does all day. That's when your car has to still handle well, Jeff.
Yeah, well, you're right. And the car always seems to get loose getting into turn 3 with that added speed.
And look who's arrived on the scene as Chase Briscoe is at the front. Look who's arrived on the scene on that low line, 4 cars back, number 7. Corey LaJoie for Spire. He's there. Let's take a ride with him thanks to Celsius. He gave us that really scary moment last week in Michigan. It'll be on the highlight reels forever. And this guy, it's all or nothing. Steve, you mentioned it right at the top of the show. Those drivers who have got nothing to lose, he's one of them.
Yeah, no ride at Spire next year. The news has been announced. He's not returning. No other further information, so we don't know where he's going to drive. But one thing that's for sure, winning fixes everything top to bottom. And for the 7 and Corey LaJoie, a great run would add to his resume for any prospective team looking at him.
Let's talk more about the 7. Here's Parker.
Right, guys, you mentioned he's sort of in that win position to want to win. That's the only thing that really changed his future right now. And I asked him about that earlier today, and he said, there's a lot of desperate guys out here in this field, and I am one of them. I will do whatever it takes to find myself in position to win this race.
Take a look at some progressive telemetry, riding along with John Hunter Nemechek. Talk about saving fuel. Look at what he's doing. He's not even full throttle. If he was full throttle, that graph, the green, would be all the way to the right. So how can you run partial throttle and still run almost 190 miles per hour? All of those cars in front of him, they're creating a massive weight. There's a hole in the air. And they're just pulling him along. The car behind him is pushing him along. It's air.
And everybody said, well, how much are you really saving? So I put it to the test. How far can you go? The survey in the garage, 42, maybe 43 laps leading. I said, well, all right, middle of the pack, how far can you go? 50, 51, maybe 52 laps. That's 20 to 25 miles further. That is an unbelievable gain. And when you look at that, say that's a gallon and a half, 2 gallons, 2.5 gallons, that can be over a second on a pit stop, which are already going to be very quick under green.
It is an art to being able to make that pace and still save fuel.
John Hunter Nemechek will be running on happy memories from this year's Daytona 500, where he finished in the top 10 in 7th. Bubba Wallace leads. quick reminder to download the official app of NASCAR and follow the action with free live scoring, in-car camera, and radio broadcast, and upgrade to premium for full access to driver audio channels and completely ads-free experience. Search NASCAR in your app store, download, and start a free trial. Bubba Wallace from 2311 leads the way, and he's a lone Toyota in a sea of Fords and a couple of Chevys, but he's out there doing it well from Chris Buescher, the defending race winner here of the Coke Zero Sugar 400. Joey Logano comes up on his outside, but for Buescher, he's trying to confirm his spot in the playoffs. So too is Bubba Wallace, and he's getting a big old push from his teammate Brad Keselowski.
Wow, this is going on in the front. Look about 15 rows to the back. The 7 car, white car with the black roof on the bottom. Corey LaJoie, he went to the bottom. In a lap and a half, he has gained a ton of track position. He's making it work.
As you've seen in our coverage this year, we go embedded with a couple of teams, and let's join Kim Kuhn. And which team are you with this week, Kim?
I am with the 3 of Austin Dillon Lee, and Gasman Tyler Rader has been a part of Austin Dillon's success, winning the Xfinity Series Championship in 2013 and a Daytona 500 victory in 2018, but a chance visit to RCR in 2018 by a Special Forces member would put Tyler's NASCAR career on hold. That Special Forces member told the pit crew they wouldn't be able to handle the military training. So Tyler said that lit a fire under his butt. He felt like everyone should serve in some capacity and needed to answer the call. In 2019, Tyler left the team to serve as a fire team leader in the 75th Ranger Regiment of the U.S. Army. After finishing his service, the 3 team welcomed him back with open arms. This year's Daytona 500 marked his return to pit road for the first time in 5 years, and Marty, now a copy of the Ranger Creed, stays permanently in Tyler's wallet.
Kim, Tab Boyd is the spotter for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. They won a Daytona 500 together, but Tab Boyd is not the star in the Boyd household. No, that belongs to young 10-year-old Bentley Boyd, who is, get this, ranked 3rd in the country in American Ninja Warrior competition and 7th in the world. Tab told me his biggest contribution to all this is building their obstacle course in their backyard, which takes up pretty much the entire backyard. There you can see that, all hand-built by Tab. And yes, he does plan on being an American Ninja Warrior once he turns 15, when you can be on television right here on NBC, Diff. I'm not sure there are many 10-year-olds in the world that are more in shape than adults, but I bet Bentley Boyd is, Lee.
Well, Matt Eisman, one of the hosts of American Ninja Warrior, is a good mate of mine, so I'll tell Matt about that. Keep an eye out for Tab and the family. Good stuff.
I'm feeling kind of bad about the stuff I built for my kids.
Not the swing set?
That was next level.
With thanks to Little Bites, Biggie Muffins. This is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. What a win would do for him tonight. Incredible. And he fits into that category. Oh, and here we go. Chastain's involved. Noah Gragson, Eric Jones, Kyle Larson.
Such a calm point in the race. It was too wide or single file, and all of a sudden chaos.
We're still rolling. We're still rolling, but we got damage. Bring it right.
Look at Noah Gragson. Bowman's involved. Truex gets going again. Ty Gibbs in the 54. And Corey LaJoie, who was having such a great run.
He's stuck. All the tires are down.
Hamlin. Bad week for the 11. The points penalty and now an accident early. Let's see what happens, Jeff.
Oh, Noah. No, I don't know if Noah's getting pushed and lost control. Then he goes to the left. That's what it looked like to me. He just immediately shot to the left. Here you go. Being a big pushback from Corey right here. Shoves him to the left. He has to correct it. Then he comes back across the racetrack in front of Corey. And that's what we talked about earlier. You can push and you can shove, but when you don't do it correctly and you get it wrong just by a little bit, you mistime it, this is what happens. Here you go. Watch the 7, the 10, the 1. The 10 is against the 1. The 7 starts pushing him. There's nowhere for the 10 to go.
There was about 10 cars involved in that as we are midway through stage 2, and it's happened. NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Straight Talk Wireless. And by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance by visiting progressive.com. Great crowd here at the World Center of Racing on an 81-degree evening here in Florida as we're under caution. And Denny Hamlin, this is a week that just went sideways with the engine penalty to the 11 team, where a loss of driver and playoff points, and now his problems are compounded by this crash where there was at least 18 cars involved.
So let's watch it again. So the 7 of Corey LaJoie, he gets to the 10. Push there is fine, but now there's nowhere for him to go. And when he pushed him, he got into the right rear quarter panel, the car underneath him. He had to turn back to the right. The 7 was there. Big mess. Right there he turns. There was definitely some damage here, guys. But I'm surprised more cars didn't get in this wreck. It's very fortunate they didn't.
All right, let's find out more in the aftermath of this. Let's kick it off with Marty Snyder. Marty?
The unpredictability Lee of Daytona strikes again. Ross Chastain came in +1 above the cut line, and now they have a damaged race car. Phil Surgeon told his guys, we cannot go down a second lap, so time very limited here to work on the car, and they're worried about the front splitter.
Well, you can see it sparking right there
as it drags the racetrack. It's going to be very hard for the one to get to minimum speed. That's what's required to get yourself off the damaged vehicle policy. And now this, for the front of the field, is a straight up call. Everybody will come to pit road and fill up with fuel. 33 laps to go, so inside a window, Marty.
And Joey Logano comes to pit road. An important note for the 22 team with Denny Hamlin out of the race. They now have a clear opening out. Fuel only handling better, Parker.
For Austin Cindric, who pits from the 5th position, very happy that race car fuel only. Biggest problem for them, they have no internet on their box. They're not able to give info.
Bottom left, Chris Buescher looking to defend his win. Fuel only also for Buescher. Dave.
No tires ready for the leader, Bubba Wallace. He just gets some fuel and he's out of here.
Good stop from Keselowski, who raced him off. Here is the race off pit road. Buescher gains one, his teammate gains one. Wallace lost 3, and it's not a great story for the 9 Napa Chevy of Chase Elliott. He's behind the wall. Back in a moment. Welcome back to the Coke Zero Sugar 400 here at Daytona. We are under caution, but speaking of that, I want to say thanks to all of our partners, all of our sponsors for bringing all the green flag action live for you all night long here from Daytona International Speedway. So there is a lot of cleaning up going on. There's a lot of repair going on with about 18 cars involved in that accident midway through this second stage. And we're going to check in with our Hall of Famers. Jimmy Johnson, Dale Jarrett, DJ, JJ, what do you make of that so far?
Well, Jimmy, we've both been in those situations,
Yes,
the hard
we have.
racing, and we saw how crazy it was there tonight. We kind of expected, but you had a pretty interesting take you were just telling me about what you saw.
Yeah, if we watch the video back, you can see the 5 gives the 7 a push, and then the 7's up into the back of the 10. Sometimes when you're too close, you can't get out of that pocket. There's a pocket there that the car doesn't have much resistance, and then you just stay on the guy in front of you, and I think that could potentially be what happened to Corey there.
Yeah, it's really easy to say, why didn't he just back out and give the guy some room? But that's a great explanation there. I'll tell you one takeaway that I had from that. I saw Kyle Busch was just far enough in front of that to not get caught up. So with all the bad luck and a fast that he's had before, now he's got a fast race car. Opportunity might be lurking for him.
Luck could be changing for him. I know he's hopeful it really is the case.
This is Ross Chastain's view. The view he did not want to have when he's trying to lock himself into the playoffs.
Yeah, I've been watching the repairs on this car. He's the first driver below the cut line currently, and this is another view. You never want to see this.
Time with Blaney. I think Dave.
Guys, half a lap before this big wreck, Bubba Wallace was leading the race and relaxed out front. He was kind of joking with his crew, and listen to the radio.
How she look out front, boys? She's pretty. I'm not sure I love being there, but she's pretty.
That was crew chief Booty Barker. I'm not sure I like being out front like that. Well, he likes it now. Sometimes at Daytona, it's all about missing the wreck, very often, in fact. And being out front as they were, that was the prettiest view of all. They missed everything.
Well, Bubba told you, Dave, yesterday that he got the weekend off to a nice start by going fishing and caught a handful of fish. So it was a promising start to the day and the weekend, and it's tracking that way. And have a look at those updated points. So Bubba started the race tonight on the wrong side of the cut line. He's now 34 points to the good side.
And we know it's what started his weekend because he emphasized the 6:30 a.m. was the start of the fishing call.
There's the Dex imaging machine, the 21 of Harrison Burton, and you may have noticed in those sequence of replays, you know, and the drivers, every single driver will tell you at a drafting track at a super speedway, it really is sometimes a game of luck, and Harrison Burton got lucky there. He was on the right side, on the inside, and was able to avoid the mass and the carnage as we get ready to go back to green. 30 laps remain in stage 2 here in Daytona. Let's go! This picture is mirroring this race last year with the RFK teammates at the front. However, that's just changed as here comes Joey Logano. He is pushing Chris Buescher. And what about the ever-present number 4 of Josh Berry? What a night he's having.
And look at the push he's getting from Todd Gilliland. Had Berry sideways down the back straightaway.
That caution will change the complexion of this stage. While fuel is important, it's no longer required to save. Everyone topped off. They have enough to make it. So now, much like stage 1, it's go. Go as hard as you can all the way to the end of stage 2. Try to collect those points.
Well, up until tonight, Marty, Chase Elliott had the best finishing percentage in this field. He completed every lap bar 1. That stat changes right now.
Yeah, and Lee, he was also in a very good spot to win the regular season championship. Any idea from your view what happened, Chase?
No, and I haven't seen it either. But I saw smoke, and you know, I was so far back in the pack at that point. I was just trying to get slowed down and then hope nobody hit me from behind. And unfortunately, neither one of those things happened. So just a bummer, hate it. But yeah, we were really just riding. I think everybody was just trying to get to the stage and you know, put yourself in a good position for that pit stop. And I think that's where kind of all the games had originated. But definitely a bummer. I hate it for everybody involved. Obviously going to have to go and have a really good week next week. But we've been pretty lucky these last 2 plate races. So we were overdue, unfortunately, and we had to serve our time.
And Lee, it's amazing how quickly his mindset shifts to Darlington next week. Again, still in the fight for the regular season title.
Yeah, Lee, not only that, but how quickly the strategy of all these drivers changed with so many cars lining up single file because they were penalty cars. They had to at the back of the pack. That killed the energy of that bottom lane. Then it became a worry to be on the bottom because you would lose the draft. Everybody recognized it, immediately got to the top to make sure they didn't be the one that was the first one not in the top. And look how it's changed the complexion.
And count your way back to the 8th place car, and you don't have to rub your eyes. You are seeing correctly. It's Shane Van Gisbergen in his first Cup race on the high banks of Daytona International Speedway. SVG has been in the headlines more for his race wins in the Xfinity Series because just earlier today, Trackhouse announced a third entry in the Cup Series for next year, and the 35-year-old Kiwi will be racing full-time in Cup. A career dream come true.
Absolutely. Every time I talk to him, he talks about just how humbling the ovals in NASCAR basically is to his career and his accolades. And I remind him, I say, well, the good news is you get to show up at a handful of road courses and kind of humble everyone else. His raw speed at the road courses cannot be denied. He's going to now take it full-time Cup racing.
Kim, it didn't go his way last night in the Xfinity Series race, but it's going great right now.
Absolutely, and the goal for today was to get some good runs for Shane and learn a lot. He's still new at these drafting style tracks, but I asked crew chief Travis Mack what that announcement today that he's going full-time Cup racing next season means for SVG and the rest of the year, and he said the announcement takes a lot of pressure off of Shane and allows him to just be more tuned in to what they're doing on the car and what he needs to do on the racetrack, Marty.
Kim, let's chat with Denny Hamlin out of the infield care center. He is fine. What a crazy week for you. So what did you see out of your front windshield? And also, how much did the racing change from stage 1 to stage 2, Denny?
Well, stage 1, everyone was kind of going all out there because we were inside that fuel window where we're able to run 100% and then get to the end of the stage. And then stage 2, obviously a little fuel saving going on, which kind of causes a little stack up, but it just seemed like some guys wanted to go, some guys didn't, and it just caused a little contact there.
All right, Denny Hamlin out of it early here at Daytona.
It has been a rough week, to say the least, and think about somebody trying to confirm his spot in the playoffs. Denny Hamlin's already in. Ross Chastain, for Chastain fans, he's one lap back. Liberty University is more than William Byron's sponsor. It's his school, offering more than 700 flexible, affordable degree programs online and on campus. And you can get your future on track today by visiting liberty.edu/24. We've actually got 5 technicians on our NBC crew who are graduates from Liberty. So very cool, and this is a pretty cool race so far tonight. We've had a big one. We've had some great racing. We've had some good passing. Different leaders. Out front, it's Joey Logano, who has led the most laps this race so far at 21, and he's being shadowed by his teammate Austin Cindric and Ryan Blaney. It's a Team Penske 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, those guys did a great job of finding the middle lane. They all went down there together.
Jeff, we haven't spoken about Tyler Reddick, the guy who has had the most unbelievable past 6 or 7 races, and there, all of a sudden, appears the 45.
He is, many people think, the championship favorite right now. They have been fast every weekend. Leading that bottom lane, mainly that 51 car. He always seems to find himself to the front in these super speedway races.
Let's talk more about Tyler Reddick. Here's Parker.
Right, as we see him starting to get towards the front, he actually got a little bit of damage in that wreck. They got hit on both sides. I just spoke to his crew chief, Billy Scott. He said they put a little bear bond basically on the rocker pedal, but as they got going, Tyler confirmed the car. Oh, wow, what a move.
What a save. My goodness.
Hold your lane here, hold your lane.
That went sideways fast, and Austin Cindric in the Menards Ford kept it heading in the right direction, but how?
A lot of drivers were big fans of Austin Cindric right there to save that race car. That would have been a huge wreck. Being pushed by his teammate. Oh, a little bit of contact there from the side.
I'm not sure if Kyle Larson didn't know he was too wide, but he gets a push that gets him out of control. But either way, the 5 kind of body slams the 2. I can't believe it was intentional. It's either lack of information or a push gone bad. I've looked at enough driver data here to know that you think they're in control of their car the whole time, but sometimes, like Jimmy was talking about, that pocket of air, also when a car gets on your rear bumper, it's almost steering you.
I just think the drivers are getting more aggressive in the pushes, right? And then you're being pushed. Your front bumper is on somebody's rear bumper. There's nowhere for you to go. Guy behind you keeps pushing you. Only 16 to go in this stage. It's probably only going to get more aggressive. What's awesome about race car drivers is all that happened with Austin Cindric, and he just jumped back up in there in the middle. Let's go. Let's do some more.
They're not normal, Jeff. They are not normal.
Well, the reactionary flexibility that Austin Cindric just displayed at 190 miles an hour was extraordinary. As Kyle Larson, in search of his first top 5 at this racetrack in that HendrickCars.com Chevy, leads the way. And don't discount number 8, Kyle Busch, that Cheddar's machine, as he turned his luck around this year. The Coke Zero Sugar 400 has ended prematurely for Corlick Racing's Shane Van Gisbergen. Check this out. There were multiple incidents happening at the one time. Martin Truex Jr. with a flat front left. Eric Jones, and the plume of smoke is SVG in the middle.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Fortunately, Jones was able to catch that car. He wasn't in the corner when that right front went down, and everybody was able to get around him.
Well, the flat is obvious very early for the 43. Everyone behind does a nice job of kind of getting around him. I'm not sure what happened. It's crazy to think that that flat tire and the expired engine are connected, but the timing says the opposite.
And it was all happening 1, 2, 3 because Truex was way behind just coming off turn 2. He was experiencing that flat, and then this is Van Gisbergen bringing it back to pit road.
Yeah, that fire is out of the pipes. Clearly from the engine failure. We've seen several fires tonight, but that was just an engine related.
It's crazy.
It was a tough night last night too in the Xfinity Series race because he was in a pretty decent position and then was just in the wrong time, wrong place. Let's talk more with Kim.
Yeah, Lee, and the goal for this team was to make it to the end. Obviously, that's not going to happen. They felt like if they were to make it to the end, they could have a top 10 finish here, which would be wonderful for the driver learning on this drafting track. On that incident, Shane came on the radio and said, I didn't hear or feel anything. It just expired.
So, a weekend to remember, but not necessarily for the right reasons for Shane Van Gisbergen. As we check in with Jimmy Johnson and DJ Dale Jarrett. What's happening, fellas?
Well, there's a lot happening. We expect a lot of
So much going on.
Yes, but a lot of crazy things that we don't normally see. But any insight into what might have happened with Eric Jones in the 43 and right front tire?
Yeah, I don't know what led to all that chaos, but talking to the shop in our war room, we knew we had some damage on the 43 car from that previous incident. We thought that the toe was off in the front, and when I saw the flat tire, I thought maybe it just wore through the tire due to a toe issue. But with all the other chaos, I have no clue what's going on.
Yeah, we see these things happening, but kind of a break for Eric Jones there and the team too, to be able to not lose a lap but get the tire changed.
Yeah, to have Shane blow up like that and bring out the caution, I'm not sure if the 43 was able to stay on the lead lap or not, but I know he was very thankful to look up in the mirror and see all that smoke and know that the caution was coming out.
Yeah, had a lot of speed. Back to you, Lee.
Yeah, kind of, we were settling into a rhythm with about 15 laps to go in stage 2, and then it all came undone on the back stretch with 3 different incidents all at the same time.
You know, you might be able to speculate that some debris or something off the 43 maybe hit the oil cooler or the oil pump belt on the 16 if it was a lap later or 2 laps later. But to be on the same straightaway, it would be shocking to me that those are connected. I mean, it's obviously not an oil leak. I mean, we have fire pouring out the pipes. The engine has expired. Just eerie coincidence. Crazy timing.
A lot of fire tonight. First it was Hamlin. And Hamlin was the instigator on Daniel Suarez. Now Shane Van Gisbergen.
And this is one of those nights where, you know, as the field of clean cars starts to dwindle, as we see now Chastain, who has got off that damaged clock, as you mentioned, that minimum speed, they could be able to continue repairs. But you want to stay on your game. You don't want to give up, even though there's so many damaged vehicles out there.
Toyota is proud to recognize one of their own, Martin Truex Jr., in his final drive here at Daytona as a full-time driver. When his retirement was announced, Truex's Team Toyota teammates were asked about his impact both on and off the track.
I really respect Martin because he's done NASCAR his own way. He doesn't get caught up in the pageantry of NASCAR. He does what Martin does, and he's been very successful with that.
Martin Truex Jr. in dominating fashion.
I feel like when you think of him, you think of Toyota for sure. You know what he's been able to accomplish with them over the years, transcending to the top of the sport.
I've wanted this since I was a little kid, and just never give up, man. Never give up on your dreams, no matter what happens.
He is one of the top 3 drivers, I feel like, in the Cup Series.
I've always had a great working relationship with Martin. He's just been one of the best teammates I could ever ask for.
With over a decade of success as a Toyota driver, Martin is one of only 2 Toyota drivers to earn the NASCAR Cup Series championship, with 32 of his total 34 wins coming with the team. Toyota wishes the 19 car the best of luck, the fight in the playoffs, and at the moment, he is still leading the way as far as the highest place on points in the playoff.
Yeah, what a career. 2-time Xfinity champion, Cup champion, and you know, one of those drivers said it, he's done it his way. He really has, and he's stuck to his values and his morals, even as the sport has changed and it's become more aggressive and sometimes even more acceptable to knock someone out of the way. Martin said, that's not how I race. I'm going to stay true to who I am, and he's been successful doing it.
It's funny when a driver and a sponsor turn into such a partnership that they match with one another, like Bass Pro Shops, Toyota, Martin Truex Jr., right? He just kind of fits that mold as we see some cars peel off onto pit road with this short sprint to the finish. We'll see what the decisions are for all these teams, Marty.
Yeah, Todd Gilliland giving up 3rd to come to pit road. This is a team that needs a win, and this shows it. Not worried about stage points, but this will make the next stop shorter for the 38 team, Dave.
Kyle Busch gives up 8th position. He was told, here's the play. We take the 4 tires now. Maybe at the stage break, we only do fuel. That will save time for sure.
And released and sent. And here we go. Jones on the left, Van Gisbergen on the right. It was chaotic. We're getting ready to go back to green. This is setting up for a spectacular end to stage 2 as we welcome you back to the Coke Zero Sugar 400 here at Daytona International Speedway. Just everybody getting assembled after their respective stops, the ordering correct, and getting ready, Kim, for a mad scramble to the end of the second stage.
Well, let's catch up with another crew member of the 3-team. Ray Wright is the longtime pit crew coach for RCR in the number 3, but college baseball fans of the early 2000s know him for a different reason, the catch. You're seeing it right there. In 2000, LSU captured its 5th College World Series title. As an outfielder for the Tigers in that finale, Wright had a game-altering out that saved 3 runs. That catch helped LSU get to a 6-5 victory over Stanford. The game-changing catch was captured by a photographer, making the moment live on forever. Today, that photo is framed, hanging in Wright's office at the shop. He told me he looks at it every day as a reminder of hard work. And speaking of catching, he's actually catching the hose during pit stops for Austin's teammate this weekend, the 8 team of Kyle Busch.
To tell them we're a Big Ten network. I'm not sure if we can promote the Go LSU that threw it up there, but I can appreciate it. You see the smile?
Yeah.
He saw the picture of the picture, and he got that smile that came back. That's pretty cool.
Ray was at RCR when I was there. Such a hard worker, puts everything into it.
We were talking just off air a moment ago, and can you believe it? And amongst all that chaos, there are still 31 cars on the lead lap.
It's quite shocking. I thought we lost half the field on the backstretch. Half were involved.
But they've rebounded. And the Toyota Camry pace car leaves the circuit. We're getting ready to go with a wild run to the end of stage 2. 7 to go. Here we go. Who do you like the look of? Who has worked their way forward the most effectively?
These short runs on super speedway races are aggressive. They are wild. Heart rate through the roof right now. Drivers know they're going to have to do things they don't necessarily want to if they're going to win this stage.
And crew chiefs holding our collective breath. Just hopefully the car runs all 7 laps. We have a chance to continue.
Look, the RFK Fords have been ever present in this race thus far. Kyle Larson is at the front. Logano has been at the front more than anybody for 31 laps tonight. And his teammate's not too far behind. But it's Larson clearly leading with 6 to go from here.
The third lane is starting to form back there. 6 laps is enough time to get it spooled up if they can get enough cars.
This gives us a nice window into the future when they're racing to the line for real at the end of 160 laps. In the second to last regular season race. Darlington next weekend is the bubble race, the cut race, to determine the top 16 who will contest the playoffs.
And that one is as tough as this one is chaotic. You don't want to go to Darlington thinking you just have to have a, quote, good run or solid run.
What about Todd Gilliland? That green and white Pickles car, third back, there it is, the 38. His teammate Michael McDowell on the inside, and Wallace goes on the high line.
And now Todd Gilliland, he's looking in that rearview mirror, waiting for somebody to come push him. Here comes William Byron.
The 2311 teammates are on this high line up near the wall, working together. Reddick pushing Wallace. How effective will it be? The RFK Fords are pushing Hendrickstar in Kyle Larson.
This is Brad K's signature all over it. Continue to push until you see that last lap. Then push him out here with enough room to go by him.
Four to go. Josh Berry won stage 1. Josh is a little further back. He's in 13th at the moment.
If the field looks like it's starting to shrink, it's because it is. It's so intense that cars that don't think they can make the top 10 are starting to fall off the back of the pack.
Here comes Kyle Busch on that low line, the 8, the Cheddar's 8. Tucked in behind Chris Buescher.
Kyle Larson at inside lane. He's never won a race at Daytona. He's been close. He feels like he put himself in position multiple times, and it just hasn't worked out.
Now Keselowski switches lines with 3 to go. His teammate Chris Buescher is pushing Larson. Logano's in behind him. And then Kyle Busch just ahead of Michael McDowell. Cindric switches to that low line. What a recovery that was right here before. After side-slapping with Kyle Larson, it could have been night done for Cindric as we go on board with thanks to Hunt Brothers Pizza to his teammate Joey Logano.
Watch this push right here from Logano, right to the rear bumper. This is when the cars drive the worst on this racetrack. Cars get light. In the trial, we got to be careful how you push through there. Logano going to push him all the way to 1, then get away from him.
Larson in search of his first stage win at Daytona. Brad Keselowski looking for his first stage win this year. Hold on tight. Last lap of stage 2 coming up.
Oh, Keselowski tried to put a block on Logano, knew he couldn't do it, backed out of it. That was a smart move.
Even so, though, the loss of momentum is going to really hurt the inside lane.
And these two have worked together beautifully. The Team Penske teammates, Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano, they've been together as much as McDowell and Gilliland and as much as Chris Buescher and Brad Keselowski. Can Blaney push Logano to a stage win? It sure looks that way. He pops down on the inside. Keselowski's looking on the high line. Blaney goes low in front of Larson. And now Logano drops to that high side. To the line, the 2 Team Penske cars, and it's going to be Joey Logano winning the second stage. And that'll give us a little flavor for a little later on. How about that? It has been a crazy night here in Daytona with fires, flats, crashes, and cars out. But still plenty of action to come as we take a pause and get ready for the 3rd and final stage. NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Applebee's. Help us squeeze out childhood cancer. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? And by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Welcome back. Under caution for the end of the second stage here at Daytona International Speedway. Lee Diffie, Steve Letarte, Jeff Burton with you. Great to have 7-time Cup Series champ Jimmy Johnson joining us as well, with Dale Jarrett, fellow Hall of Famer, on the pit box. Marty Snyder, Dave Burns, Kim Kuhn, Parker Kligerman. We've got the whole gang here for a special evening at the World Center of Racing. And Joey Logano successfully wins the second stage. Been a good night for him. He's led more than anybody, 34 laps so far here at this Coca-Cola Zero Sugar 400. Speaking of the pit box, let's join the fellas now, guys.
Well, Jimmy, that was only the end of stage 2, but some of the wildest racing I've seen. You can already see the blocks, the moving up and finding other lanes to move in. We expect more of that here in stage 3, and only going to get a little bit crazier, I guess.
It really is only going to get crazier. I'm really impressed with the speed that the Fords have had. They've been really at the front of the field controlling this race, you know, time in and time out. The 22 with these aggressive blocks, I mean, he's one of the best at understanding his rear view camera system and knowing how to, you know, make those tight squeezes. And then the other one for me, I think, that has shown the most speed, and you and I chatted about this earlier, was the 4 car. That car receives a push and has the longest legs and continues to run over anything that I've seen out there.
Yeah, and the one driver I'm looking at that I saw come to the forefront there, Justin Haley, who is a former winner here. Yeah. Not one of the big teams, but watch out for him here.
He's done a great job.
Here they come. Let's get ready for pretty much everybody to pit. Pit road's going to get lively. Marty Snyder kicks it off, mate.
Yeah, Lee, to Jimmy's point a moment ago, Team Penske working so well together. Ryan Blaney and Joey Logano, they got a playoff point in the bank for Logano. Paul Wolfe asked him, do you want me to change anything? Logano said, don't touch it. Meanwhile, Kyle Larson said the car is good. With a funny quote, he said, I'm just trying to stay out of the way and not get taken out, Kim.
Well, Marty, for the 12 car of Ryan Blaney, he's reporting still tight. It won't go anywhere. Told his team, I need quite a bit more of the last adjustment. Jonathan Haslett, the crew chief, saying they'll wait a little bit on fuel, Dave.
Kim, you never know what an extra lap of fuel might do you some good here at Daytona. Driver Brad Keselowski asked, maybe we should stay and just pit with 1 to go. That's what they're going to do. They'll lose all their track position, but they'll have 1 lap better fuel than the field.
So when we talk about the value of fuel, he's going to go from the first car, or nearly the first car in the field, all the way to the back just to get just 1 more lap of fuel.
quick reminder, you can join NASCAR's free rewards program and start earning points that turn into member-only rewards. You can earn every time you check in for a race, trade points in for free tickets, exclusive gear, autographed merchandise, and one-of-a-kind race day experiences. Simply go to NASCAR.com/fan rewards. And we want to thank the fans for turning out in force tonight for this Coca-Cola Zero Sugar 400. All right, let's get an update on Ricky Stenhouse Jr. with Marty. What you got?
Yeah, we've been embedded with a 47 team. A lot of cars pitted with 1 to go, including Stenhouse's crew chief, Mike Kelly. So walk me through that decision process to come with 1 to go.
Yeah, we're just trying to put as much fuel in our car as we can, knowing this will be the last run here. He who has the most amount of fuel with the shortest amount of stop will put themselves in good position here at the end. And that's been our game plan all night, is just kind of ride, take care of our car, stay out of harm's way, and we'll get ready to go race here and turn him loose.
Yeah, he mentioned it, Lee. Ricky Stenhouse has kind of ridden all night long, but Mike Kelly told him a moment ago, it's time to go race in stage 3.
Well, you heard it, just how important the fuel is, right? He made an extra trip to pit road. Cars shut off here and coasting.
And when we go back to green, we are going to take a listen to the 3. We're going to go take you inside the world of Austin Dillon and have a listen to that call. Lights are out on the Toyota Camry pace car. Let's go and have a listen. Stage 3, let's do it.
Hey, ready? Down. Like, all roll. Salt to 2. Half and half. 22 still with us. Salt to 2. Get the stick. Still half. Half off. 3/4, 3/4.
Thanks to Brandon Benesh and RCR for letting us inside their world as Michael McDowell leads the field down the backstretch into 3.
It's amazing the work they do with those binoculars, right? It's one thing to say it works good down the backstretch, but then here, off from turn 4, coming below the grandstands, they have to move the binoculars, refocus, find their car, and then pick them back up as they go away. Remember, from the start-finish line into turn 1, if we look, they're driving away from the spotters. So depth perception, very, very difficult into turn 1 to try to decide they could be clear left or right, but just a few inches.
What a night Josh Berry is having. Jimmy spoke to DJ about it earlier, and that 4 is back at the front just ahead of Kyle Busch.
Jimmy asked earlier where you wanted to be when you save fuel, and that's what this is all about with 59 to go. It's a 200-mile-an-hour game of chess. As you see, 4 almost getting down in front of Haley. You can't give up track position by saving too much fuel. You can't get track position by burning too much fuel. Somewhere there's a magic spot to be.
This inside line, only 3 cars on the bottom. It's going to be hard for them to keep pace. Some more cars are coming.
Folks, have a look at the graphic on your screen. The season wins. The cars at the front. It's a bit of an open landscape there with Austin Cindric, the sole winner in the top 9 cars in this race. Toyota on board of John Hunter Nemechek gave us a great view during that huge wreck earlier, where he got somewhat lucky.
See the 17 of Chris Buescher, top of your screen, the 1 of Ross Chastain, the 1 all the way back to the lead lap with all those repairs. Doing a nice job continuing to just count those points the best they can. The problem is on the left side, you see Bubba Wallace currently out at 18 or 19 now. That's because McDowell is leading. Remember, a new winner changes that line. It moves it instantly.
And now that bottom lane, look at all the cars that are now in it. That's much more momentum than they had before.
Look up to the right-hand side on the high line there from John Hunter Nemechek's Toyota onboard. You see the 71 of Zane Smith. And if you didn't see the news overnight, Zane, who's driving for Spire on loan from Trackhouse. Trackhouse and Smith have parted ways, and so Zane is actively, effectively looking for what 2025 looks like for him. He's tucked in behind Harrison Burton, who runs 7th at the moment.
Big push right here coming. 14 car Chase Briscoe pushing Cindric.
Wow, look at Berry dive low.
And Haley trying to block it. Cindric took that push and picked up 2 or 3 spots and then immediately jumped to the outside.
Talk more about Berry. Parker, what you got?
Well, as we watch him in that top lane running in the 3rd position, something interesting on his radio when they got going on the stage and he was pushing McDowell, his spotter came on the radio and said, let's establish credibility pushing McDowell. And Jeff, I think this is something interesting that fans don't always realize. There might be discussions about who you're going to work with before a race, but sometimes those sort of packs that we see just sort of happen from who you work best with within the race. That's exactly what they were trying to do with McDowell, to show him that they could be a pusher.
Yeah, Parker, you have a plan when you go into this race, but you don't just have no idea. You could have a teammate, and for some reason your cars don't line up well. You can't push that guy. You have to make those decisions on the fly.
The 2021 Daytona 500 winner leads the way, and he was so close at Talladega this year as well, Michael McDowell. We started this stage taking you inside the world of Austin Dillon at Richard Childress Racing. Let's take you back there now and have a listen.
22's helped a little bit detached now. They've shucked him. Now he's going to have to get down to the bottom. All 2x2 now. Up here that broke up the 22 and the 12. 3/4, 33, 12, 54, 43 behind with us. So this one line inside, 3/4 out front. 31-14 on the gap up 3 to 2-1. Still 3/4.
Again, thanks to Brandon and RCR for letting us inside that world of spotter-driver communication and relationship, and that trust is the biggest word. Clarity and trust for the spotter to help the driver. Tell us more about Michael McDowell, Dave.
Who's burning the most fuel, Lee? That is Michael McDowell. Is his crew chief, Travis Peterson, stressed about it? He said no. He told the driver, let's go out and control this race for now. I'm not worried about a couple seconds extra as we get closer to maybe the final pit stop here, Kim.
Well, Dave, for over half of the field, they have this race circled as their opportunity to get into the playoffs with a win. That includes Justin Haley, who has won at Daytona in the Cup Series before. Right now, this team, though, having so much fun with the progress they've made this year. It's been a complete 360 from where they were. Right now, Justin giving no feedback, just the spotter talking overall happy with the handling of that race car.
How about the run from Legacy Motor Club's John Hunter Nemechek in 3rd, just ahead of Josh Berry. Well positioned. His teammate Eric Jones is the comeback man from a hiccup in qualifying to that flat earlier. Jones is on the lead lap and runs 20th. with 47 laps to go in this Coca-Cola Zero Sugar 400. Michael McDowell is in command at the front of this race. Want to take a look at the Xfinity fastest lap, and it is owned by that man there on your screen, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He did it on lap 28 of this 160 lap race.
Well, let's ride along with him. Got a foot cam. Watch what he's doing. Using the brake and the gas. See a little bit of brake right there. Just modulating his gap from the 43. See, he's not wide open. He's just trying to save a little bit of fuel. He really nowhere to go anyway right now. See, there's times he'll go wide open. Just trying to make sure he doesn't let the car in front of him get too far away.
Now you're doing your legendary analysis, but you were remiss to do your TV job. You were meant to say something. Go on.
I'm eating it. The Little Bites Biggie muffins. Got a whole carton of them behind me. They're great.
I think this is fascinating because people who have watched speedway racing, I think just all the drivers ride around here wide open, right? Like they do in qualifying. But this is a perfect example of even in the pack where you want to carry as much speed. I know he's out of the gas some to save gas, Jeff, but even if he wasn't trying to save gas, a little bit of brake, a little bit of, you have to control these runs. It's still pretty artistic with the feet.
That's right. We've seen what happens when it doesn't get timed right. We've seen the wrecks. We've seen guys get spun around. There will be a moment in this race where he is no longer on the brakes. Keselowski trying to make this middle lane work. Joey Logano saw it, came up, blocked it. Keselowski with a little shot.
Marty, what you got?
Lee, it's a fascinating game within the game here on pit road. So in essence, Michael McDowell and the 34 team is trying to bait everybody else to run hard here. Don't save fuel, even though the crew chiefs do want their drivers to save fuel. So Steve, what's the message to your driver? I just talked to Paul Wolfe. He said, listen, they're kind of forcing us to run harder than we would like to because we cannot lose the track position.
Well, saving gas is only relative to the rest of the field. So if I'm back in the pack, let the leader run as hard as he wants. You know, the pace of the field is the pace of the field. You're all running together. So if the leader wants to save gas, you still save more. The difference from the leader to 15th is still the difference, regardless of how much you're using.
And Justin Haley in that Rick Ware racing machine sitting second said before this race, I feel the Fords have got good fuel economy anyway.
And here's the perfect example. On the right side of your screen, split data between McDowell and Ricky Stenhouse. Look at the green bar under McDowell. Look at the green bar under Stenhouse. That's first to 23rd. My point is McDowell wide open the majority of the time. Stenhouse running the same speed, 194 miles an hour, running faster than the leader, using half throttle. That is the whole beauty of the draft and being in traffic and being able to save gas. The problem, or not the problem, the challenge though is, remember, they don't have fuel gauges. There's a lot.
Whoa! Oh man, Haley and Berry, and that's opened up the door for Austin Cindric. Watch the two on the low line.
And that checked the top lane up. Can they rebuild this momentum?
Well, remember what Denny Hamlin said when everybody started these different theories of how much fuel. He thought there was actually change to runs. He thought that might have contributed to that backstretch accident.
McDowell covers. Haley ducked low. And Josh Berry's got John Hunter Nemechek and Kyle Larson behind him on the high line. McDowell is doing a beautiful job covering, whether it's low or high. And Cindric's getting pushed. Here comes Haley. Haley goes to that low line and gets pushed to the front immediately.
That was as aggressive of a block as you can pull right there. He used it to get the lead, but the push from the 22 to the 2, Haley judged that and missed being wrecked by inches.
Justin Haley, in his 5th appearance in this summertime Daytona race, is celebrating his 5th anniversary of winning here in that rain-shortened event. And he's at the front of this field.
Penske teammate still on the bottom of the racetrack. Joey Logano pushing Cindric.
It's Ford heavy at the front, and that was emblematic of what went down in qualifying. The speed of the Blue Oval cars are impressive here at the World Center of Racing. They hold down the top 6 spots right now. Let's take another look at Justin Haley's move, Jeff. This got your attention.
It did, because there was a big move on the inside with Cindric and Logano. I mean, that was as close as it gets.
Ooh. Michael Jordan's reaction to that move. Oh, wow.
I wonder how a man that wants the ball at the end of every game does as a spectator, as an owner.
Yeah. 39 laps to go, this time across the stripe. It's setting up for an epic finish. .36 to go here in the Coke Zero Sugar 400. Justin Haley for Rick Ware Racing leads the way, and he's led more laps tonight than what he did when he won in 2019. He only led 1 lap that night to get that victory in the summer race here in Daytona. Let's take a look at the Toyota driver update, and it happens to be John Hunter Nemechek, highest placed Toyota runner, who sits in 3rd at the moment. Started 31st. He's having a great run.
All by himself. Next Toyota's Christopher Bell down at 14th. And why that matters is if they start pitting, many times we see them pit with manufacturers. The first Toyota's a long way behind Nemechek.
So let's set the stage. 35 to go. If you come to pit road now, you can absolutely make it to the finish on fuel. The trick is, what are you going to do when you're on pit road? History says gas only. And we heard the crew chief of the 47 say, for as little time in the pit box as possible to do that, you have to save fuel. Let's listen in to Kyle Larson in the 5 car.
Give me a little more on the saving side.
I'm trying all I can.
So we talk about saving gas like they're setting the cruise control riding around here. Every driver has a different tool. They have digital dashes. Some like lights, some like bars, some like target throttle position. They can see if they're 50% throttle, 70% throttle. There's 100 different ways to do it. Each driver has their favorite, and the crew chief and the driver have to keep coaching each other. And there's no harder track to coach your driver than Daytona, because you don't want to be on the radio, because you got to stay off the radio and let the spotter do the work. I'm going to draw right here and show you. Look at those dots on the 22's dash. There's some sort of target there. We don't know what it is, but Joey Logano does, and he is trying to hit that target of saving fuel.
The problem with while he's doing that, look at the bottom. The guys on the bottom lane, they decided they're not going to save as much fuel. So yes, he's saving fuel, and yes, he's going to shorten his pit stop time, but look how much track position he's lost as this bottom lane has decided they're going to use more fuel and go faster.
And you heard Kyle Larson say when Cliff Daniels asked him, try and save a little bit more. He said, I'm trying. I'm doing my best, as Martin Truex Jr. is in.
Couple laps down for the 19. I think he had a little bit of an issue with the left front tire. The damage might have finally cut that tire. Yeah, there you go. Left front goes down. The 19 comes to pit road. And now let's talk about the human aspect. Computers are great. Prediction models are fine. How much fuel you need. Jeff, as a driver, you have to get to pit road, get on single file, not have an issue getting your pit box the right way. If you're not single file, it's okay, but you can't get blocked out of your stall. And then the gas man, we have to have a clean plug-in with an over 100-pound dump can. And then the most important thing, Lee, if you need 2 seconds worth of fuel, don't leave at 1.8. Yeah. Make sure you stay for all 2 seconds.
And then on top of that, Steve, so many times we see when all of these cars trying to get on pit road, 10 cars at a time, trying to come out of this pack. How many times have we seen Rex, Marty, them trying to get on the pit road? It is not uncommon at all.
Yeah, green flag stops here at Daytona, Jeff, are treacherous. Talking to Paul Wolfe a moment ago, there's even a game within the game. Not only what the drivers are saving with fuel right here, but also what happened back at lap 98, Steve. Paul Wolfe told me we took the time to fill up at that stop. Other drivers in the top 10 and teams did not take the time to fill up at that lap 98 stop. He said, that's our entire game. This next stop will be shorter.
Yeah, remember, this is a accumulation of the day, right? Like I've been saying it all year long, it's the fuel tax. You can kick it down the road, Lee, or you can pay it now. The key is to have paid it up front. So on this last pit stop, it's minimal. And look, we have seen heartbreak here in Daytona. Kyle Larson, we've mentioned multiple times. Remember, he was leading the 2017 Daytona 500 when he ran out of gas. So this fuel strategy at Daytona is not something new. It's just being played by more cars than ever.
Great run by Cody Ware and the Rick Ware Racing organization to have 2 cars up there in the top 9 positions. First and 9th. Awesome performance so far with 30 to go. One big one so far in this race tonight. A few other incidents, but a lot of good racing, and we're getting close to the end. 26 laps to go in the Coke Zero Sugar 400. Justin Haley leads Josh Berry, and here is Christopher Bell. It has been a somewhat quiet night for the Interstate Batteries JGR Toyota, but the guy who has had an extraordinary season is now at the front of this pack at a critical and crucial stage.
You can almost feel it. I feel like it's a summer day on Daytona Beach and you're watching storm clouds roll in. You're not sure when they're going to get here, and that's what this race looks like. It was at the top, now it's on the bottom. That's just cars positioning themselves so when they want to pit, they can get there cleanly. Lap after lap, everybody gets a little more antsy.
Joining Joey Logano again with thanks to Hunt Brothers Pizza. Ryan Blaney will be somewhere close by like they have been for so many times. And just think at this stage, who are the key combos we have seen so far tonight? Getting down to the interesting phase, Jimmy.
Yeah, we really are. The conversation around the 4-car trying to save fuel had me text our guys back at Legacy Motor Club in the war room to understand what the 42 is doing for fuel. And it really appears that those first 3 rows of cars have a really difficult time of saving fuel. The sweet spot seems to be that 4th or 5th row, which will allow you to save the most fuel out there.
That's great information, Jimmy, and that's what I think everybody's trying to figure out. And, if you're in that 4th row, Jimmy, you just wonder if I can say, all right, pull up, use that fuel, run 1 or 2 laps up front, and then pit, right? I think there's going to be this rush to the front before they come to pit road if possible.
And the pack is catching Martin Truex Jr., who had the second incident with a deflating tire. That happened earlier when Eric Jones had his moment and Shane Van Gisbergen blew up, and Truex is staying well and truly out of the way.
Jeff, how much notice do you need? It was different for each of my drivers. You want to hear 5 away, or can I just tell you one time on the front stretch as a driver, what did you prefer for heads up before pitting?
10 laps. Just tell me 10, just so I know what's on your mind. I don't necessarily need to be looking to be to the bottom in 10 laps, but I wanted that, so then I knew, okay, now tell me 5, right? But I wanted to start looking, because if a lane was good on the bottom, that was good speed, and I could go ahead and get there, I'd get there. But if not, I knew I had quite a bit of time to position myself. Marty.
Jeff, terrific point. And Joey Logano just asked that question of Paul Wolf a moment ago. He said, how long until we stop? He said 5 to 7 laps. But they also reminded him, Steve, worry about your track position a little bit. Logano has had arguably the best car tonight. He's back in 17th now. Does he have to gain some of that back before they stop?
17th and stuck on the top 3 wide. So even if he wanted to come, it would take a lap to figure it out. Let's add into all of this, you cannot slide a front tire coming to pit road. You're not getting new shoes on this thing, Jeff. You got to take care of all 4 Goodyears coming into the pit box.
Parker, how about Josh Berry? What a night.
He was just told last lap after driving a great race, 4 to go before they hit pit road for the 4 car. So now 3 laps to go before we see them on pit road.
He's trying to give crew chief Rodney Childers his first big win here at Daytona.
The other thing that's happening right now is that all the spotters are, when they get ready to start pitting, they're making motions. They're letting all the spotters around them know, hey, we're going to pit. Because how are you going to peel out of this pack and not get into a wreck? So communication from the crew chief to the driver, but also to the spotter, and then the spotters amongst all themselves, and then the drivers. Hands out the window, hands waving so the guys can see behind. Tons of communication.
Critical decisions are about to be executed. That's going to have an impact on the complexion of this race.
You'll see the drivers down the back straightaway. You'll see hands out the windows when they're going to pit the next time by. You just got to give as much notice as possible.
Yeah, it does you no good to get run over coming to pit road.
Whoa, here we go. John Hunter Nemechek goes for a wild ride, trying to get down to that low side, and had contact with Haley. And that was a fortunate escape.
Lee, a change at this racetrack. All of that is now pavement. That used to be grass.
It's over on the back section, heading towards what was known as the bus stop, the Le Mans chicane as it's called now. And look at that. That once upon a time, to Jeff's point, was grass. Thankfully now it's all asphalt, and John Hunter Nemechek does not roll. just slides.
Watch the contact from the 5. Boom. That shoots him into the 51, and around he goes. And that noise is grinding pace out of that race car. It's bringing the speed down. When it gets in grass, it doesn't slow down like that. We've seen so many cars flip. You can see the contact from the 5. It moved the 42, and around he goes.
Big test for that new fin on the rear window. You saw the back of that car hop a few times. Without a doubt, stayed glued to the pavement, as you pointed out, Jeff. Very important.
And so now, all of those teams and drivers are expecting green flag stops. Some had given up track position, right? Thinking they were going to get green flag stops. Now they're all going to pit under caution.
That was a mighty shove from the 5 onto Nemechek. That sent him to the left across the front of Justin Haley and down, and fortunately gets away with it.
So now, oh, there you go, Jeff. Top of the screen, right? This is the grass you spoke of?
Yeah, that's right. So cars used to go through that grass, then they'd go on this pavement over here where the road course actually is, and they'd get back in the grass. There was a big transition. Saw several cars flip as soon as they got to the grass. So great addition from a safety standpoint to this back straightaway.
It's also going to have a positive effect on the Rolex 24 as well, because the sports cars quite often come to grief. They're exiting that Le Mans chicane right there.
Oh, now they can. Now that argument can carry on even further.
So now, Jeff, you kind of pointed it out. We were building up to these waves of green flag pit stops. So now the challenge at hand is still real. Everyone has to come to pit road. So now there's a bunch of factors in the equation, Lee. First of all, how much fuel do you need? How much did you save? How much fuel do you need to just complete the next 19 laps? Second, how much fuel do you want? Is this race going to end in mile marker 400, or are we going to see overtimes? And if we do, how many overtimes do you want to prepare for? Every fuel man on pit road trains year-round to be as agile and athletic as possible. When they pick up that dump can, it's going to be over 100 pounds on their throttle, or excuse me, on their shoulder, and they're going to try to almost engage the car before it stops. That plug time is going to be key, because the other issue is, even if it's not perfect, if you're a little off-center, then the way the system works, you get air mixed with the fuel, it slows everything down. It's kind of all on your shoulders right here. Now, some cars towards the back, they might decide to take tires. They might say, hey, I have no track position, so let's not risk it.
Here is the big move presented by Pods Moving and Storage. And this was a little earlier where Justin Haley said, I need to get down, and I got to get down in front of Austin Cindric. That was a pretty aggressive move, and it got all of our attention, including the attention of Michael Jordan, where he said, wow, that was aggressive, that was decisive. But for Justin Haley and his Rickware Racing Ford, the Beefaroo machine, it worked.
That worked great. The other thing, Steve, you did a great job of explaining the role of the team. What's the role of the driver? The role of the driver is to get down pit road as quickly as he can, obviously, but then also position your car on pit road so as soon as the guy is done fueling it, you can leave. If you get in your box too far, the person in front of you can block you. You've got to do your job. You also don't want to get too close to the wall, because now the gas man can't get over there and do his job. Driver's got to be perfect as well.
All right, pit road is about to get very entertaining and very busy, and that's where we find our Marty Snyder. Kick it off, mate.
Lee, Kyle Larson has driven a terrific race tonight. They're going to need a little less than 3 seconds of fuel. Cliff Daniels said, wait on me to go, Parker.
Austin Cindric pits from second place. It's going to be a 3 count of fuel. No Goodyear tires for him. Very happy with that car, Dave.
Kyle Busch got to the lead. Can he keep it? Fuel only here. No Goodyear tires on the car. There he goes.
And look at this crazy race off pit road. Austin Cindric gained 1. Brad Keselowski gained 4. It was a longer stop for Busch. He lost 4 positions. And this is why we're under caution. John Hunter Nemechek going for a wild ride, but not as wild as what it would have been if the grass was there. You can represent your favorite driver and take advantage of amazing deals at the NASCAR shop. Check out the greatest selection of t-shirts, die casts, and a whole lot more. Simply go to nascar.com/shop. If you're just joining us, you've got perfect timing because you've joined us for the most tense portion of this race.
Christopher Bell leaving his pit stall. BJ McCall coming in, contact right in the right rear. See right here, Christopher Bell, kind of a tight exit. He starts to leave and they pull right out in front of BJ. BJ locked it up to keep from making any more contact than he did.
Could have been a little mirror effect there too, because Blaney was released right ahead of Christopher Bell and maybe thought the passage was clear and unawares of BJ McLeod coming in.
That is simply the crew chief knowing he needs the track position.
That's
He's clear, go, 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 go. That's what he's telling him.
Risk versus reward, and the reward is the highest with 17 to go. Dave.
About 20 laps ago, Michael Jordan showed up in the 23 pit box, the car that he owns. He's here to support his driver who's already led here tonight, and he knows that Bubba Wallace has a chance to not just work his way above the cut line, but make his way into the playoffs, locking in with a win here tonight, Marty.
Dave, you would think the fuel saving is over for the night. It is not for Kyle Larson. Listen in.
We did hit the number on fuel that we needed to hit right there during the pit stop, so that gets us to the end, leading. Everything you save is just going to be insurance for green-white checkers, so keep saving hard.
But Steve, you made the point earlier, it's easy to save fuel here. Larson can get to the front and has all the fuel he needs to the end of the race, but over time, he's going to need a little bit of help.
A lot of cars on the lead lap with 16 to go, Diff.
Lights are off. Toyota Camry is off the racing surface. Let's get ready to go. 16 laps left in the Coke Zero Sugar 400, and away we go. Keselowski and Cindric.
All the shoving, all the pushing that we've seen so far is going to be nothing compared to what we're going to see in the next 16 laps.
Riding with Joey Logano. Michael McDowell up ahead. He's led 25 laps tonight. Second only to the man who is following him. Race control not all that thrilled with the 2 and the 6. That restart is under review. For the man third back on the high line, Kyle Busch, it has been 45 starts. Worldwide Technology Raceway back to 2023 since he has seen the checkered flag first. Could he get it tonight and vault his way into the playoffs? There's a penalty to Brad Keselowski. The night has gone away from the RFK man.
Yeah, remember the rule. The control car, he has to leave first in the restart zone. The 2, he was the leader of the race, so he has to launch first. Brad Keselowski clearly gets the launch.
So the 2's controlling the race. Once he gets past the first line, Jeff, he has the option to fire. And basically the 6 of Brad Keselowski is just trying to time it, right? He's just trying to leave with the 2. It seems very clear to me if you look at this. Brad, the orange car on the right there. He's accelerating. The 2 isn't going. I mean, it looks pretty clear that the 6 accelerates first.
Yeah, and the 2 has from the time he gets into that box to that last line to go. Let's hear what they have to say.
I definitely went after him. He got hit by the 5 and spun the tires. Yep, they're gonna, hopefully they look at that.
So the defense is that, hey, it looks like I'm accelerating because I am, but that doesn't mean that the 2 isn't on the gas. See, right. Brad can hear that. He hears the 2 accelerate, so he goes. He's claiming the 5 hits and spins the rear tires. Up for NASCAR to decide.
Inside the final 13 laps. Austin Cindric at the head of the pack. Larson in search of his first win here and first top 5 is well positioned in second, and Michael McDowell in that 34 on the low line He wants another win here at the World Center of Racing to put himself in the playoffs.
6 hand out the window. I think he's decided now he has the service penalty. He does. He moves left. Now it's racing at the front. A crushing blow from the 6th will be discussed this week for sure. Brad feels like he's in the right. There'll be a lot of people looking at the data between the 2 and the 6, but either way, mid-race, NASCAR's made the call.
The man who started from the pole position and led an all front row motorsports front row sweep. McDowell is on that low line. He's getting pushed by Logano and gets that 34 front row car in front.
We talked about the pushers are going to get more aggressive. And we saw it right there. Look at this outside lane. Josh Berry's trying to get it working. Got a lot of cars with him.
Got some help from Alex Bowman and Justin Haley and Chris Buescher. There might be life in that top line.
Big run right there. That middle lane got checked up. They had to lift for just a moment, maybe some contact.
Here comes Berry and Larson pops out. So too does Cindric. They go to that high side. Kyle Larson goes back to the middle ahead of Kyle Busch. Look at the spread here with 11 to go, coming to 10.
So now 3 wide. If you're in row 2, row 3, what do you do? How do you break out of this? The only thing you can do is push the guy in front of you. That's why it's going to get more aggressively. The only way you can separate yourself in your lane is to be a better pusher.
And in this very camera shot, you're looking at 3 guys across there that are all trying to race their way into the playoffs.
And McDowell can actually be dragging his brake a little bit right here to stay latched up to the 22. See the fire come out of the 22 pipes? He lifted getting into the corner to make sure he didn't spin him out.
Tyler Reddick is tucked in the middle there in that aqua-colored car, that Money Lion Toyota, right behind his teammate Bubba Wallace. Wallace now 18 behind on the playoff points standings. Can he push his way further forward over these closing 8 laps coming up?
Oh, they got together at 3.
Whoa! McDowell goes up high. Larson is in it. Reddick's in it. Logano, Wallace, Haley.
That all started in turn 3. Cindric tried to lift to prevent it from happening, but he did not lift quick enough.
It's the second big one of the night. Larson will be left waiting and wanting that top 5 again. McDowell went for a wild ride. Let's have a listen to his radio.
You gonna find out? That was uncalled for. Wow, super uncalled for. Yeah, I don't get it at all.
Well, we talked about it. It's 9 to go. And the aggression level is through the roof.
Joey Logano, who led 34 laps tonight, his Coke Zero Sugar 400 is over.
Watch right here. Watch the 2 car. All this was off of turn 4. All right, so now they're going down the front straightaway. Watch the pipes on the 2 car. He sees it starting to happen. McDowell pulls up in front of him. A push from Berry. Tries to get to the outside, lifts right there, and still contact. And then, look at this.
Whoa. And Michael McDowell, who knows what it's like to have a massive crash at a high-speed track, got away with that one.
See the fire come out of the pipes of the 2 car? He was being pushed by the 4. He knew he had too much speed. He was doing all he could to prevent it, but it just could not get it slowed down. the additional aerodynamic devices that were applied on the cars this week to prevent the cars from getting in the air.
Absolutely. It's impossible to know exactly what part or piece, but clearly the 34 was on his way upside down and came back onto its tires. The work by NASCAR. Look at this right here. Nowhere to go, nothing to do.
To go for Ricky
That
Stenhouse.
extra work by NASCAR helping. This is the concern, right? When you're hit with another car, when the 22 makes contact, the 34 instantly goes in the air. And if this car continues to tumble, it's the 22, 23 down the line, but it comes back, I say onto the tire, onto the wall actually, and then makes contact with the tires. You see Bubba Wallace in it, the 45 of Reddick in it. Both 2311 cars.
This is the view from Kyle Busch.
One of the worst wrecks I've ever seen. Ricky Craven at Talladega. Spun, car got in the air, and he went into the catch fence. This car of McDowell's comes back down and gets into the wall.
And there are cars involved, drivers involved there that have had terrific nights. But it is over. And look at how fortunate Michael McDowell was. Here's the view from Chris Buescher.
That's just amazing. I mean, it doesn't even look, I mean, it's 3,500 pounds plus of the 34 car. And at these speeds, it flies in the air like a Matchbox car.
It doesn't get any less graphic, does it?
No, it does not. And again, Cindric gets into the back of the 34 and starts all this, but when you see the fire out of the pipes, that's him lifting out of the throttle. And he knew he was trying to prevent it, but he just had too much speed and didn't lift soon enough.
There's about 14 cars involved in this second big one here tonight. And for some drivers, maybe just maybe that moment, their playoff chances evaporated. Bubba Wallace was in it. He's come back to pit road. Had the 2311 crew check it, do some minor repairs, and away they go. For Michael McDowell, the night's over. Fortunately, that car did not fly any further or roll, and it came back down. Larson was in the middle of it.
Well, we talked about the safety innovations of this car and exactly all the work NASCAR's done to keep the car on the ground. Well, let's take a look at our Toyota virtual car, and we'll kind of go through the pieces and parts. There are the flaps on the hood to let the pressure out from underneath the hood. There's also the flaps on the roof to slow the airspeed down. What's new for this vehicle that we currently race is that green cable right there is connected to another flap underneath the car on the diffuser. It makes a tremendous amount of downforce going forward, but when it gets up in the air, it actually can act like a wing. So the right side flap, when it opens, it pulls a pin and releases the flap back of the diffuser. It all looks great, but how does it look when things go bad? Well, let's turn the air on in our wind tunnel and take a look at this. So we'll take our Toyota, we're gonna spin it around, and as we spin it, you see all the flaps open, and you see that red light. That's kind of that high pressure, right? That is where high-speed air is hitting those flaps, and that is slowing that airspeed down. Remember, how does a wing work? The air over the top of the wing is faster than the air underneath, and it lifts up. Well, check this out right here. The 34 looks good. He's on the ground. It's the contact from the 22 right there. The flaps open like you would expect to keep it pinned on the ground. The concern is the additional contact. Watch this 22. Sends this car into the air. But right here, the roof flap is open. That's slowing the air down on the roof of this car just enough to change the momentum from up to down. And you have to wonder about that new right side window rail that goes down that whole right side A-post, making that roof flap even more efficient, a 15 to 20% improvement. It's impossible to know what it would be without it. What we can't say for sure is with it, the 34 car stayed on the ground and didn't get up, or didn't stay on the ground, but kept from going completely upside down.
And the important thing to add to that is that was an implementation in less than the last 7 days after Corey LaJoie went at Michigan. So NASCAR acted swiftly.
There's a good look at that right rail, Lee. I'm sorry, but you see the one on the left and the one on the right. That's new. So this one over here on the right side is new. It used to only have one on the left. The combination of two at big advantage. And when I talked to NASCAR, they said it's that long sideways slide that lets a car go. If they spin quick, the kind of air doesn't have a chance to lift the car, but that long sideways slide, almost exactly like the 34 was doing.
And all of the crew chiefs, they took NASCAR's numbers, right, from the testing at the R&D Center. Now we have it for real of how that has impacted and helped the situation. At Richard Childress Racing and the Brez Tree number 3, they must be feeling somewhat positive because Austin Dillon is up into the top portion of this race in the 8. How about the 8, Dave, of Kyle Busch?
Yeah, he was right in the middle of all that and somehow missed it. Randall, how did he do it?
I don't know how he did it, but it worked out great. We've had a really good Cheddar Chevy Camaro all night long, so we're still here at the end of it, which is great. We'll see what happens here, see how those guys line up in front of us. I would assume we'll be on the second row. I would assume the 4 doesn't go with the 2 there, so we'll see what happens, and hopefully we'll be in victory lane after us.
And Austin is right there, too. Can you feel the teammate help coming?
Well, yeah, it's certainly nice to have, a teammate right behind you. I hope those 2 work together well, and we'll push forward in this. We've kind of been in this situation before last year where we both restarted on the front row and got worked over and didn't make it happen. So I know those 2 both got it on their mind to kind of overcome that and redo it a little bit. So hopefully we'll get these 2 hooked up and take these 2 Chevys to the front.
Remember, a win in the next 2 races, that's the only path to the playoffs for Kyle Busch. Kim?
And Dave, Austin Dillon, like we mentioned, within striking distance of another win, a much-needed win to get into the playoffs. It's been a busy week. Earlier this week, the NASCAR-appointed appeals panel ruled against Austin Dillon and his team for that penalty from Richmond. I talked to crew chief Justin Alexander. He said the appeal is a huge distraction, but a necessary evil. It took 80% of the time he would have been focused on prepping for this race weekend, dedicated to that appeal. They'll do a final appeal on Monday. I asked him, what would it mean to win here tonight, knowing how good Austin is at drafting? And he said, tonight, a win would be a mic drop for this team after everything they've been through after the last couple of weeks.
It's a great way to put it. A mic drop moment. Could it happen for Austin Dillon? Let's join our Hall of Famers. Dale Jarrett, Jimmy Johnson. Guys, put the helmets back on. Put yourself in this situation. What are you expecting over these closing laps?
Jimmy, I can't imagine there's going to be much less pushing and shoving going on here in these last laps.
No, it's only going to, the intensity is only going to ramp up. If I'm sitting in the seat, did we put enough fuel in the car?
Yeah.
We know there's going to be another caution. So it's how many more cautions, how many more laps, and then which lane do you need to be in, and trying to create that opportunity going down the back straightaway.
Yeah, and when you look up here inside the top 10, you've got drivers that are looking to get that win to secure their spot in the playoffs. I mean, look at it. Josh Berry, Kyle Busch is there. Harrison Burton is there. Todd Gilliland.
Eric Jones.
Eric Jones. I knew you were going to get to him, so he's done a great job.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. This is going to be a real exciting finish.
Okay, guys.
So this is when a driver knows that he is going to have to do things, Lee, that make him exceptionally uncomfortable. He's going to have to put his competitors in positions that they don't want him to be put in, and it's just what's required. And every driver knows, and any driver that's ever been in this race knows, that these next 3 laps are as intense as it gets. And we just saw what happens when it doesn't work out. They all are happy they didn't get in that wreck, but they all know there's a good chance they're going to get in the next one. But you have to assume that you're going to make your way through it. That's the only way. You have to push, you have to shove, you have to block. And that's why Jimmy Johnson, 7-time champion, said there would most likely be another caution.
Do you remember, Stevie, how Ross Chastain has been telling us all that it's only math? It's mathematics? Well, the number's looking good for Ross as he's above the cut line as we sit right now, but there is still plenty to come.
Yeah, who the winner is affects Ross Chastain as much as anyone, because that's with Cindric leading, who already has won a race, right? We get a different winner. The other thing to point out, we've seen a lot of overtimes and green-white checkers. This will be a 3-lap sprint. Who knows what the extra 2.5 miles would bring.
Make note of the 24 car here. Look at the damage on the front end. How can he push? What kind of pusher will William Byron be? Does he have a sturdy enough nose? Look at the damage. Can he push the 4 of Berry the way he really needs to push him?
And if he gets there, he could do what our Jimmy Johnson did back in 2013, sweeping both races at Daytona. There's a lot on the line for William Byron. For Josh Berry, it could be his first big win. And how about Austin Cindric? Let's go! The final of the Coke Zero Sugar 400 here at Daytona. Who's got the magic? Can Kyle Busch break that drought and race his way into the playoffs?
Big run coming from the outside right here. That third row back, they left some space, and now down the back straightaway, now they've caught it up. Big push.
Look at that 4 of Josh Berry. It has been a wonderful night. And he and his teammates qualified brilliantly yesterday. All in the top 6 positions. And he's in with a chance to win at Daytona. But look at the eagerness of Kyle Busch on the inside in the 8 in the Cheddar's car. Harrison Burton for Wood Brothers. If he can do it, that'd be the legendary organization's 100th win. That'd be a magical night.
Who's going to try to make it 3 wide? Whoa!
Whoa! Berry's gone, and he goes up and over. Huge hit for Josh Berry. Eric Jones is involved. There's Austin Cindric. That was wild. William Byron trying to get his way back as the AMR safety team are swiftly on the spot to aid Josh Berry on what had been an incredible night for the Stewart Haas driver up until the second to last lap.
AMR team there, they train a lot on getting this, knowing how to get this car flipped back over. You see the gentleman on the ground, he's in communication with Josh.
You mentioned it, Jeff, that these traveling safety workers have a whole system of straps and how they connect to the car to kind of roll the car over.
Josh Berry's in good hands with the AMR safety team here. They'll get that car right side up. And the desired result is to see what we have seen from Corey LaJoie last weekend and others. We want to see Josh Berry get out of that car and give us the thumbs up.
Last few laps this year, so yeah, good run for us. Appreciate everyone at RWR for the hard work. Had a good car, led some laps, and got one of our better tracks next week. What do you take away from something like this? When you were out there, you were leading laps, you were leading the field. Yeah, it's just field strategy and pit stops and stuff. I mean, we just got lucky to flip one of those stages there, and
Austin Haley for Rick Ware Racing. Third on the lap leaders count there. Joey Logano has led the most. He's out of the race. Michael McDowell second most. He's out of the race. Justin Haley third most laps.
There we go. Now the AMR safety team content. And there's Josh. There we go. There's the thumbs up.
That was a scary wreck. Watch this car, how quickly, when it gets spun, contact, the two is getting pushed, and as soon as that car was pushing him, got turned around and went. This is what scared me, because Josh is hanging on his belts. He's not in his seat, he's hanging on his belt and has that frontal impact.
Everything that went right for the 34 to set his car back on the wheels didn't go right for Josh Berry, and I'm with you, Jeff. The flip is the first concern, but then the hit into the wall when gravity is pulling you out of the seat is just different. Multi-point harness is trying to hold your hips and your lower body tight into that seat. But as you run all day, the heat, the sweat, everything kind of loosens up a little bit. You have to keep tugging on those belts. It was so great for Josh to get out.
And again, that speaks to the structural integrity. Here's the view from Austin Dillon. Oh. Massive hit with Gilliland.
Austin thought he was going to miss it, and then Gilliland came from nowhere. See, here's the push from behind, and then it moved the two car up. And again, pushing gone wrong.
What a violent hit.
See right there, there's the push. And they all stacked up, the 8, the 20. Now, the one thing about that car, when it's sat down on the roof,
yes,
look at the integrity of the roof. It's sitting there really strong. That's something this car is really good at. The older car, that roof would collapse. This car is much stronger. This is two weeks in a row, Steve, with cars in the air.
Yeah, a change was made. Obviously, more work to be done. At these speeds, the cars, here we go, this is on board with Barry.
Have a listen.
Gets turned around upside down. We lose the camera, but you know what happened.
Driver out of Hendersonville, Tennessee. Boy, he took a ride. And thank goodness for the safer barriers. Absolutely did what it's supposed to do.
Just that ping-ponging that was happening further back. Zane Smith.
This is, we talk about it all the time. These late race restarts, they're just wild. And you know that it's a great chance you're going to be in a wreck. Jimmy Johnson called it. He said there's going to be another caution because he's been in them. I've been in them. Dale Jarrett's been in them. It's almost expected. You almost are like, I know I'm going to be in a wreck.
For two cars in particular at the front, one of them being the 8, the other the 21 of Harrison Burton, the path opened up. Watch this. And there's the Dex imaging machine of the Wood Brothers 21. So the 8 and the 21 got clear passage. Watch this. Straight through. Christopher Bell also lucky. Todd Gilliland was not. Parker Retzlaff got through. He had an open passage as well after a tough night last night in the Xfinity race. He may just get an amazing result here in this Cup race.
You mentioned Corey LaJoie last week. This role is so eerily similar. This is a little different because the 2 is still making contact to the 4, but almost the exact same, turn. It looks the same, right? Car turns left, slides for a bit. As I was saying, this car slides up. When it starts to slide sideways for a long time, that's when it's most susceptible. And obviously, even with the updates, more work to be done as the 4 lifts off.
Look at how the noses collapsed. It was a massive frontal impact.
so massive. Such a great work by the safety team, flipping that car over. Had to feel like forever, sitting there upside down, but then Josh getting out instantly, giving us that thumbs up we'd all been hoping for.
All right, drivers have been told to fire the engines. Let's get ready to finish this Coke Zero Sugar 400 off.
That last caution, remember Brad Keselowski was racing for the lead.
Yes.
Got penalized.
Served the penalty.
Served the penalty. Got the free pass, and here he is sitting in 6th place.
There's the extent of the damage to Josh Berry's Ford.
Look at the roof.
Yep.
Look at the integrity of the roof. Like that is a great sign. The car flipping is bad, but this part of it, that is good. This car is such stronger race car in that type of wreck.
And for the second time in a week, we get to see that. Very similar, right?
Unfortunately.
Yes, unfortunately. While the night ended in a rather unfortunate way for Josh Berry, we will remember the run that he had. And trying to get the Daytona sweep, William Byron had an amazing run going. But he too was one of those 14-odd cars involved.
This car hit a ton down the back straightaway. It got hooked and hung a right, and it had a massive impact.
So while all of that was going on, and take you back to a moment in time when Parker Kligerman caught up with Joey Logano.
Catch up with Joey Logano, who's checked and released from the infield care center. Joey, you actually had Michael come across your nose there in that incident down in turn 1. What happened from what you could see?
Yeah, it's hard to say exactly how it started. I'm assuming he got pushed into the corner and it just came across right in front of me, and there's just nothing you can do. It's the end of a speedway race, and you try to position yourself the best place you can, but the wreck always starts in the lead, and you just saw another one there with Josh Berry, which I hope he's okay. I think he's okay. But got to figure out how to keep the cars on the ground. We're not doing too good at that part, so hopefully we can figure out how to do that better. But overall, proud of the effort of Team Penske here today. I think our teamwork was incredible. Our cars were really, really fast. Unfortunately, all 3 of them are tore up at this point. You know, it's just speedway racing. You can bring the heat and do the best you can, and you still get caught up and stuff. So that part's frustrating, but overall, a stage win, that's good, and almost a second stage win there in the first stage. So proud of the effort, proud of the speed. Just here I am again at the infield care center.
And again, that was a little earlier. Thanks to Joey for speaking with Parker and updating us. So trying to take the positives away for a night that ended prematurely.
Yeah, so now think about the opportunities at the front of this field. We've talked about Kyle Busch. It has been a tough year. He has won. I mean, this guy wins every year, it seems like. He has not won this year. He is going to start on this front row, and it would end a drought for him. It would be big in a lot of ways, Steve, not just making the playoffs, but getting a win.
Well, it'd be big for the multi-time champ Kyle Busch, but how about your son, Harrison Burton, behind him, not in this 21-car ride next year? We know Josh Berry, unfortunate, was just in that upside-down 4-car. He'll be taking over this ride. We don't know what Harrison has going on for next year, but either way, putting that number 100 for the Wood brothers on the wall would be a huge step. Let's listen into their chat.
This is a great opportunity right here. You're going to have to be very aggressive with taking a push and blocking and all the things you got to do to win one of these, okay? Yep, copy. We'll make it happen.
He's put himself in position, and I thought that was a good pep talk and factual statement all at once. Like, hey, I would love to give you better news, but this is what it's going to take. Harrison has seen this. He's been around this his whole life. He's seen you do it, Jeff. He knows what this is going to take. But the names continue. Look, we have Bell, Retzlaff, Ware, Nemechek back up there. You mentioned Keselowski after the penalty. So it's a lot of opportunity at the front of the field.
And this, we keep talking about the playoffs. We keep talking about the playoffs, and what we've always looked at is not with a surprise winner, but if you get Kyle Busch to win this race tonight, if you get Harrison Burton to win this race, if you get Nemechek to win this race, it completely shakes it up. And that is not at all what all those guys on the cut line want to see.
And I think this is super interesting for Kyle and Harrison, for the people that are behind them. Right, so Christopher Bell has been up here a lot. Now, Parker Retzlaff does this on Saturdays in the Xfinity Series, so he has some experience. John Hunter's obviously been in all 3 series and found success. Cody Ware, but it's just guys maybe you're not used to getting these pushes from at the end of these races.
But those guys on the front row and the bottom, they were teammates. Those guys worked for years as teammates. Parker.
Catching up with Josh Berry here, who just checked and released from the infield care center. First of all, are you okay? And what a scary ride that was down the backstretch.
Yeah, I'm all good. Actually, probably wasn't as bad as it looked. But, man, I'm bummed because we had a hell of a night going. Just such a great job by Rodney and this whole 4-team. Car was so strong. I mean, we were in position. Man, I just, I'm really proud of the job I did tonight. Really proud of the job the whole team did, man, because we were in contention, and you know that could have been our day, but didn't work out. Just want to thank everybody at Stewart Haas Racing and Ford and NASCAR for building safe race cars. Eero for coming on board tonight. Man, it's disappointing, but whether we'd have won or flipped, we're going to go to work Monday and try to win next week.
What a great sight being able to talk to Josh, guys.
Indeed, and although it didn't end the way he wanted, it was a phenomenal night. That 4 was at the front. All right, so these names you see on the screen have not been involved in one of the multiple wrecks tonight.
That's the easier list to create.
Exactly.
So you said it, Steve. Who is going to be the best pusher? There's no question that Christopher Bell, Kyle Busch, they know how to work together. Parker Retzlaff, he just doesn't run the Cup Series that often. What kind of pusher is he going to be?
23-year-old Harrison Burton on the left of your screen, up against the 2-time champion, 63-time winner in Cup Series competition, Kyle Busch. We go into overtime, presented by Credit One Bank. Let's go! Is it going to be somebody with a win already this season, or is it going to be a fresh winner race their way into the playoffs? Kyle Busch leads the way. He has not won since 2023 and is desperate for a win. He's coming off one of his best results of the season last weekend in Michigan, but he's being pushed by Christopher Bell. A little bit of space, a little bit of room. Harrison Burton's not out of it. Cody Ware's not out of it. And Parker Retzlaff is having the moment of his racing life, being at the front of this field. 1 to go here in Daytona.
Nemechek made it 3 wide in that second lane, that second line, and that has killed the momentum.
You've got to go back a long, long way for Kyle Busch. 2008, the last time he won here at Daytona. And now he is tantalizingly close to that victory. But here comes Harrison Burton for the Wood Brothers. He's being pushed by Parker Retzlaff. And the 23-year-old from Huntersville, North Carolina is at the front of this field and may race his way into the playoffs. Busch goes low. Burton blocks. He gets back up. Comes to the line. Jeff, your little boy, has done it. Harrison Burton wins in Daytona and does what his uncle and dad did. How about that? At a time when he doesn't have a ride in Cup next year, he wins at the World Center of Racing. What a great night for the Burton family here at Daytona. What do you say, Dad?
Hell, I can't talk.
Nor can your wife. What a magical moment. It's the Wood Brothers 100th win. It's Harrison Burton's first in Cup. And he's going to the playoffs.
What a drive. What a push. He found a way. The momentum wasn't there on lap 1. He found it. He forced help. Such a great job.
Wow, wow, wow. What a finish. I do have to sprinkle a dose of reality into this, and that is race control is reviewing some tape on the 21 for an alleged infringement of the double yellow line. Question begs, did he get pushed down there?
So the rule is you cannot go below the double yellow line to advance your position. You will be black flagged. If you go below the double line of block, you may be black flagged. There's contact with the rear bumper of the 8. NASCAR's decision is going to have to be, was there contact riding along with the 8? Let's watch this contact right here and see. Hard contact in the left rear steers the 21 below. I believe it's contact from the 8 that forces it, Lee.
Jeff, word in from NASCAR, it's confirmed Harrison Burton is the winner of the Coke Zero Sugar 400. Jeff Burton, Ward Burton, Harrison Burton in the history books here at the World Center of Racing.
You know, it's amazing, you know this, Steve, how hard it is to do this. And it's just, it takes so much. And, you know, he's lost his ride next year, and he knows that. He's out there still working. And by the way, the team hasn't quit on him either. And that is what this sport is about. Even when things are down, teamwork matters, and you cannot quit.
And the legend of the Wood Brothers only grows bigger by notching up its 100th win at Daytona International Speedway. All right, you need to call your boy. Get him on the line.
Harrison, it's Dad, what's up?
Yo! That was awesome. Holy shit. Let's go.
Congratulations, bud.
Thank you. Thanks for everything. Woo!
Can this season get any crazier? How about that? Get out of here, Jeff. Go be with your son and Kim and celebrate. What a beautiful night.
Yeah, buddy. Oh, good job, buddy. Let's go, man. Good job, buddy. Ready.
I think it says a lot about the young man when he will not be in the 21 car next year, that this entire team comes out to congratulate him. Mom Kim just behind us with tears in her eyes. Not only the 100th win for the Wood Brothers, #1 for you, Harrison Burton. Welcome to the playoffs. For you personally, what does this mean?
I don't know. I cried the whole victory lap. I obviously got fired from this job, and I wanted to do everything for the Wood Brothers that I could. They've given me an amazing opportunity in life, and to get them 100 on my way out is amazing. We're in the playoffs now. Let's go to Darlington and see what happens.
So I want to talk to you about this team who could have easily given up once the ride changed and they knew Josh Berry was getting in this car, but they never gave up on you. What was the point of how they were able to rally around you?
It's amazing. It's been the hardest 3 years of my life, obviously the hardest 3 years for some of these guys' lives. And to win the way that we just did, to beat the best in the business, Kyle Busch, across the line, it's pretty fantastic. So I made a bet with Jeremy, my crew chief, that if we won, we're staying here and driving home. So we'll be at a bar somewhere. Come find us, and we're going to celebrate this one.
Who are we going to have to calm down more, your mom or your dad?
My mom. My dad was pretty calm on the radio. My fiance Jenna and my mom are both crying. And all those people have been with me in the worst days of my life and the best days. And good to get Dex Imaging and Victory Lane and get them another best day.
It is a terrific day for the Wood Brothers, but Lee, I think you said it best. What a night for the Burton family. Harrison Burton now in the playoffs for the win at Daytona.
it just adds to what has been an amazing 2024 NASCAR Cup Series season. It just gets even more and more intriguing. And at a moment where Harrison Burton was uncertain about the future, there's one thing he is definite about. He's a NASCAR Cup Series winner. He's won on the biggest stage here at Daytona, and you'll see him race in the Cup Series playoffs. Two famous racing family names, the Wood brothers and the Burton family, victorious at Daytona. A highly dramatic finish caps off an eventful race. And Kim Burton just watched her little boy become victorious. We did it there, and that's a father's right to celebrate. Jeff in the middle of Steve and myself watching Harrison Burton become NASCAR's latest winner. Time to celebrate. Burton family style. Jeff made it down from the booth to the infield and gets to celebrate with his son. Looking at a couple of NASCAR winners right there. Beautiful father-son moment and a great family moment for the Burtons. And it's the story of the night, isn't it? Here in Daytona. As we welcome you to the NASCAR America Post-Race Show, presented by Progressive, where we've got a lot to break down on what went down here in Daytona. What was so close for Kyle Busch was so big for Harrison Burton, and Stevie puts his name in yellow.
Puts his name in yellow and puts the vice grip on the group behind him. Truex only 58 above, Ty Gibbs 39. Chris Buescher in by 21 points, heading to Darlington. 13 winners in the season. Harrison Burton joins the list in dramatic fashion. Overtime at Daytona.
So it all leads to Darlington next week, where that top 16 will be finalized, and we will know who is and who is not racing in the playoffs. This guy certainly is. You're going to get your first win anywhere?
Oh.
To do it here just adds to the spectacle. Well done, Harrison Burton. And it will be a well-celebrated win. He's a well-liked young man. He's had a rough go of it in his time in Cup. And as we've already documented, that this 21 ride has evaporated for next year. But there's still good times ahead. You go into the playoffs. And one guy who still has that, Dave, on his to-do list, and he came so close, is Kyle Busch.
Kyle Busch did everything right tonight. How do you square this one?
Just finished second, you know, it's all good. We're really lucky tonight to miss a few of them crashes. So all good, just real proud of everybody, Randall, all the guys, everybody at RCR, ECR. They did a great job and brought a fast car. And, you know, was hoping that we could get those free number 8 specials on Monday for everybody, get some chicken tenders rolling, but wasn't meant to be. So we'll take this and got a good little stretch here going with these last 3 weeks, and hope that we can do what we need to do next week.
A quick take on the final lap. What could you have done different now that you've seen it? You haven't seen a lot of it, but what do you think?
Yeah, no, I haven't seen any of it, but just from what I recall, we got off at 2 and somehow the bottom lane got misconjobulated and broke all of our momentum, and the top lane just rolled. And so once they got in front, with as little as energy as there was, with the lack of cars that there were, it was hard to make anything happen from turn 4 to start finish. So besides just flat out wrecking them, You know, there was nothing else I could do.
Kyle, can you go and win the Southern 500 next week?
Yeah, I mean, we want to. We ran good there the first time I ran with these guys early last year, you know, but early this year we struggled mightily. So we'll just have to go with hopefully a really good package that works and get our job done.
It'll be his last shot. Almost had it tonight at Daytona.
Good, so close, and there's still so much more to break down from this Coke Zero Sugar 400. And with that, we're going to take you to the pit box to Jimmy Johnson, Dale Jarrett, Marty Snyder. Fellas, what a night.
Man, what a fantastic finish. Good call there, Diff, as well. And Dale Jarrett, Jimmy Johnson joining you here. And DJ, I could not help but think on that final lap of you, 1993 Daytona 500, and your dad, Ned, calling you to the win in that race.
Such a cool moment. I'm still wiping away tears, but yeah, that was a great day for me. But, you know, for young Harrison to get his first win in a year that hasn't been great for him, and finding out you're not going to have a ride next year, and for this to happen, to get that 100, I mean, there's nothing more special than, I mean, that's something that Jeff and Harrison are going to have forever, him calling that race, because my dad and I still get comments about it. So it's just incredible, but just so happy for Harrison, the Wood brothers, just an incredible night.
You drove for the Wood brothers and
got my first win there. Yeah, in Michigan in 91. And my son's actually, Jason is the spotter for Harrison. So kind of goes all the way around.
It's a double win, Jimmy. It's a Burton and a Jarrett win tonight.
It really is. What a special night to witness it. And I've known your son for a lot of years as well, and we've all kind of grown up in the sport. And I'm having flashbacks of watching Harrison. He had this little blue Jeep that he would drive around on the driver owner lot, and he would sit there and just drive circles and circles and circles. And here he was on the big stage today and got a trophy.
I think everybody thinks of you, Jimmy, as the seven-time champion that you are, but there was a point in your career where you were fighting for your career, and you didn't know what your next ride was going to be. What is this moment like for a driver like that when you finally get to victory lane?
It's validation. I mean, it's a long journey, and there's only a few that really get through and have that amazing opportunity of consistent wins and championships and so on. And I never thought it was in the cards for me. It did turn out. There were a lot of tough moments along the way. Who knows what the future holds for Harrison, but this win today is something very special for he and his family, and it's only going to open up more doors for his career path.
Yeah, I think the phone's going to start ringing, DJ. What do you think?
Well, it should, yeah, and it should have been ringing even before. You know, I had a small conversation with Harrison after it was announced, and just letting him know, hey, you know, we all have had setbacks, or many of us have, you know, that we had to either take a step back to move back forward, but it turned out really good for a lot of us. And this is a young man with a lot of talent. I'm telling you, he can do this, and to dodge everything that he did tonight, to put himself in that position and make the right moves there, yeah, a lot of talent that deserves a cup ride.
And Harrison was emotional, Jimmy, when he was telling me about these are the people that stuck by me for the last 3 years. It has been a difficult time for that young man. And talking about Jeff Burton, who works with us, and Kim Burton as well, he was very emotional, saying these are the people who were beside me no matter what.
The Wood brothers. I mean, the history is very, very long in the sport from the beginning. Their reputation, their who and what they are, what they're about. So yes, they stuck with him, and today is just an incredible day for everyone involved.
Yeah, how about for the Burton family, too? Because you, as we mentioned, we saw the finish there in the 93 Daytona 500. You got to live that post-race celebration with your family.
Yeah, and that's, you know, when you talk about family, and certainly I was fortunate to have mine around a lot of that time, but this Burton family, you know, including Ward and Jeb that's involved in it, and they do things the right way. They're all good people, and you know, they work hard. They love this sport, and you know, it's just good to see good things happen for good people.
What are the chances we actually get Jeff to Darlington next week? Is the party still going to be going?
Oh yeah, I got a feeling
it should.
We'll be celebrating that. Yeah, we're actually going to play a little golf together on Thursday, so we'll probably have to do a little celebrating after that.
There you go, Harrison Burton in victory lane here at Daytona, and now a part of the championship run in the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs. Joey Logano with a little hug there for his corporate teammate. NASCAR America Post Race is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. Visit progressive.com. DJ, let's take a look at this week's Progressive Safe Driver. What a final overtime restart for Harrison Burton.
Yeah, you know, we didn't have many of these drivers that hadn't been involved in one of the accidents through the night, but Harrison Burton was one of those. Did just a great job. Everything perfectly done there on that last lap once he was able to get the lead and hold Kyle Busch off.
Boy, for this young man, still looking for a gig for 2025, but this might work out for him, Jimmy.
Yeah, I think so. This definitely helps his stock value rise. You know, it's interesting to see what's going on behind the scenes with the musical chairs within the Cup Series. You know, maybe he stays, maybe he steps down for a minute, and hopefully, obviously, finds his way back to the Cup Series. But I know this only helps his stock value.
And kind of cool that Ross Chastain, who now is on the opposite end of what happened with Harrison Burton tonight. Look at this. Chastain now 27 out of the playoffs picture. He came in to give Harrison Burton a congratulations, DJ. But are Bubba Wallace and Ross Chastain now in must-win scenarios next week at Darlington, DJ?
You know, it's not a total must-win, but it's a must-perform at a high level. I'm talking about in the first couple of stages, they've got to accumulate points, put some real pressure on Chris Buescher, and hope that he has somewhat of an off night, which is possible. It's a tough 500-mile race, Jimmy.
It is. Anything can happen there. You know, the lady in black takes no prisoners. But if I'm either one of those drivers, I'm going to use whatever I can for positive energy and try to spin things the right way in the shop to get our crews, you know, fired up and ready to go for that race.
Boy, what a good night for Chris Buescher. He earned the 4th most points in this evening. That's why he's plus 21, and Dave Burns is with him.
10th place finish for Chris Buescher tonight puts him 21 to the good above the cut line now heading into the final race there. What kind of comfort does that give you? And is there some disappointment of one that got away tonight at Daytona?
Yeah, our fifth third bank Mustang was so good. We're able to push unbelievably well and make a ton of speed. So it's a lot of fun. For a long while there, caught up in another accident, and we're just trying to get it to the end. And you know, ultimately it was not the day we needed, but yeah, I mean, we go into Darlington, you know, points being what they are. Yeah, there's a little bit of cushion there, but we know we were really good there last time. Try and seal the deal this go around and make it easy going into the playoffs.
A Ford won the race. Your Ford was strong, as you talked about. I mean, what about the company coming here this weekend with such a great effort?
Yeah, I mean, from qualifying to the race, it's we're obviously showing some tremendous progress. So it's been a big turnaround on the year for Ford as a whole, and so I appreciate all the help that we're getting from them. And I know this one means a lot. So thanks to everybody there and Roush Yates and everybody that's giving us the power we need to go these things and be competitive. So we're in the hunt again. You know, just got caught up and didn't have a chance to really fight for it there.
Will you be able to relax this week, or are you going to be all tensed up with one to go?
We'll take a couple days. We'll take a breather. We'll get to Darlington. It'll be time to get down to business.
We'll see him down there, see if he can lock it up and get into the playoffs at Darlington.
Bubba Wallace finishes 6th here. Bubba with the new winner there, Harrison Burton. It puts you 21 points out of the playoff cut line as we head into Darlington. What's the sentiment heading there?
You got one car fighting for a regular season championship and another car right around the bubble. It's unacceptable. So I'll take all that weight on my shoulders. Should have won multiple times this year, and I haven't. So we don't deserve to be here, and we are. So I got to go win next week. That's it.
Christopher Bell matches his Daytona 500 finish of 3rd. I know not the result you wanted. As you go through that last lap restart, what could you have done differently?
I don't know. I mean, just I'm bummed about it because obviously you want to, you know, push the leader out and have a shot to win yourself, but I never really felt in control, and I was always chasing my car, so I never was confident enough to get up behind the 8 and push him. So disappointed with that last green white checkered, but overall a great day, and it's one of those races where whenever we look back at it, we'll be happy, but right now it stinks.
Jimmy, I want to get your reaction to how Bubba Wallace kind of handled that interview. How you said he needs to think about positive vibes this week, but how does he not overthink the week? Because clearly he was very upset with himself tonight, but also what's happened the entire season.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there. I mean, he's dedicated and focused and hungry, you know, to make the playoffs, and it's a long season and it's all running through his mind right now. But I think his interview would have gone the other way if somebody that was already in the playoffs won tonight. He would have said, man, It's been a great job. We got a lot of points tonight. So it's just how fickle the sport is.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. I mean, you know, we have access to these drivers right after it, and they're getting the news and seeing everything as to where they are. I mean, Yeah, could he be more positive? Yeah, sure he could. But he also understands, there were a lot of other races. You can't put it on, okay, we didn't get the job done at Daytona or next week at Darlington. You had 24 other races that you could have had the chance to do something.
One more thing to look at from tonight here at Daytona. Brad Keselowski was up front, then had the penalty, and then worked his way back up front, and then a spin here coming to the line, DJ.
Yeah, I mean, it was just everybody trying to go for the same spot right there, spun, but I actually thought, whenever I saw that he was going to be restarting sixth there, that this might be a man to watch. Crazy.
Yeah. Coming up next week, it'll be Darlington, the Southern 500, one of the crown jewels for NASCAR.
Stay up, stay up, stay up. Watch, go middle. Up down to left front, throw big time. Watch your bottom. Right with you. I'm coming up. He's there. He's there. Damn it. Caution's out. But hang on to it. Little bastard's arms up. I'm going to bring you out the window again. So I did a checker flag. Hell yeah. Southern 500 winner. Denny Hamlin. Yeah! Hell yeah! Awesome. Good job, Eric Jones.
This race is all about keeping your head in it.
Southern 500, baby. Hell yeah!
Last shot to lock up a playoff spot next week at the Southern 500 at Darlington. DJ, could NASCAR have picked a tougher race than the Southern 500 to close out the regular season?
Resounding no. It's as hard as it gets.
And that's coming from two former winners.
I agree.
Right, Jimmy? I mean, Darlington, is it the toughest challenge for any driver?
Yeah, I mean, it's yes, absolutely, it is.
And what makes the Southern 500 such a challenge? Is it the length, DJ? Is it the track? I mean, is it everything combined? What is it?
Everything combined. The length of it is going to be hot. I don't care if it's at night, it's still going to be hot. And just trying to stay off of that wall for 500 miles is enough, Jimmy.
Yeah, the fastest way around there's on the fence. And to have that kind of focus and control of your car for 500 miles is just really, really tough.
By the way, wasn't it you that started the day by saying, yes, we will have a new winner? And
I did
yes,
happen
we
to say that.
Get a new winner.
We did.
As Harrison Burton poured a little water on his dad's head there in victory lane. What a night, man. How would you sum up this evening, Jimmy?
It's what we tried to hype as we came into the race. It delivered. It did everything that we thought it would. And this track, once again, has brought us a first-time winner.
It's just incredible to watch all of that and the emotions and everything that went through. And, there was Kyle Busch trying to win once again and keep that streak alive of having a win in the regular season, just taken away from him. But great job by Harrison Burton and the Wood brothers.
I mean, just absolute chaos when you look at the highlights, DJ.
Everything. It was just unbelievable. Jimmy and I were just here all night shaking our heads.
A lot of wild wrecks. Glad to see everyone okay, though. We'll see you next week at Darlington. Congratulations to the Burton family and Harrison Burton for winning here at Daytona, now a part of the 2024 playoffs.